Our Edna's getting married to a New York City stockbroker. One of the wealthiest and most influential fellows.
Frank. Stop it.
Nothing wrong with a little bragging. Harry and I both came up the hard way. Children are our legacy. Here's to them.
For so many years, it was always a point of marriage for an heiress to marry a rich man and increase the family's wealth. And Edna Woolworth did just that. Edna Woolworth was the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, the founder of the F.W. Woolworth Company. His stores were simply called Woolworth, and they were America's first chain of 5 and dime stores, meaning that all of the items in his stores were priced at 5 cents and 10 cents when he first started. His stores made him one of the richest men during the Gilded Age. He amassed a fortune of over $75 million, enough to leave his descendants financially stable for generations. And he is the grandfather of today's subject, the poor little rich girl. She inherited a chunk of that fortune. So how did she, one of the richest women in the world, die with only $3,500 in her bank account? It seems almost impossible, considering that she started out with over $40 million, more than $730 million adjusted for inflation in today's money in 2024. But when you factor in her own crazy spending with a string of husbands who didn't care about anything except for her money, it all seems a little more possible. The thought of her dying broke. The poor little rich girl is Barbara Hutton. She was born into wealth from both sides of her family, but it was the wealth from her mother's side that she became more known for. Barbara was often called the Woolworth heiress. You might be like me and old enough to remember that there was once a chain of discount retail stores called Woolworth. They were all over the United States, then eventually expanded to many other countries, including Canada, Mexico, England, and Germany. As a child, Barbara had access to more money than most people can imagine, but it was what she was lacking that was likely the biggest contributor to some horrible decisions that she made that led to her ultimate demise. Barbara didn't have love at home. Edna Woolworth, the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, was Barbara's mother. Now that we know how Barbara came to be an heiress, back to Edna, her mother. Edna did what her father wanted her to do, marry that wealthy New York City stockbroker. And while the marriage looked good on paper and satisfied her family, she was miserable in it, and it might have played a role in her early death. We'll get there. Edna died when Barbara was only 4 years old, and Barbara's father, instead of trying to make up for her mother's absence, did the total opposite and neglected the poor child. He would pawn her off on governesses, servants, and other relatives in boarding schools. He never showed her any affection. The truth was that he hadn't really been good at showing his wife much affection either. Barbara's father, the fancy New York stockbroker, who seemed like such a prize to Frank Woolworth, was known to quite openly cheat on Edna. And you know that they say that girls marry some version of their fathers. Barbara was no exception to this rule, and boy oh boy did she ever know how to pick some rotten apples. But her husbands were typically worse than her father. Her father was only a cheater. Many of her husbands were cheaters and gold diggers. From the moment that she hit the newspapers as the second wealthiest debutante of the season of 1930, she was a scandal. For a little context, 1930 was also the start of the Great Depression, the worst economic downturn in history. So, while most families were struggling to eat a meal once a day, Barbara was having her coming out ball, one day of festivities that cost $60,000, a little over $1 million for us today. I'm sure that you can imagine that this did not make her a favorite among the poverty-stricken public. That sets the stage for today's subject, Barbara Hutton, the poor little rich girl. She became poorer with each marriage, and there were 7 of them, by the way. Let's get into it. But first, If you like these videos about the most scandalous people from yesteryear who make Ty's Hot Mess History a time capsule for the culture, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can know every time that I upload content. And please hit that thumbs up to support this video for free. Thank you. Now, on to why you are here. Barbara Woolworth Hutton was born on November 14, 1912, to parents Edna Woolworth and Franklin Laws Hutton. Her mother, Edna, was the daughter of Frank Winfield Woolworth, and from her mother's bloodline alone, she was set for life as far as money was concerned. Franklin, Barbara's father, co-founded the brokerage firm E.F. Hutton, and it was one of the largest financial firms in the country. Most men would have looked at his life and said that he had it all, but Franklin wanted more, especially when it came to women. He didn't care about being married to Edna Woolworth. He wanted other women, and he had other women, quite publicly and quite often. And it was said that Franklin's cheating was just too much for Edna to bear, so she took her own life. Before we go all the way there, I have to say that there are 3 causes of death that have been accepted as accurate, depending on who you ask. I'm going to start off with the 2 that did not demand a lot of attention. One was that Edna died from suffocation due to mastoiditis. In this scenario, Edna would have had an infection that went into the air cells of her skull behind her ear, and this would have caused her to suffocate. Another was that she died of heart disease. Now, the story that was more juicy for her peers to spread was that she had taken her own life because she'd had enough of her husband's cheating. And let me be clear, I'm not claiming to know which cause of death is the actual one. I'm just revealing to you what 3 totally different sets of sources had to say on the matter. But whichever one is correct, what we do know is that on May 2nd, 1917, Barbara Hutton found her mother's lifeless body in their suite at the Plaza Hotel. Barbara was only 4 years old at the time, and I'm sure that you can imagine that her life was never the same from that point. Her mother was only 33. It was easy for the public to believe the suicide rumor because Franklin's affairs that he had on his wife were not a secret, and who wouldn't eventually get fed up with a cheating spouse? Just 2 months before Edna passed away, the South Pasadena Record reported that Franklin took a trip from New York to California without his wife. I can't confirm or deny that he was spending time with another woman on this trip, but perhaps it does support the claim that Edna ended her life because of his cheating. Edna's death left behind only Franklin and Barbara and their tiny family. They had no other children, and because it was just the 2 of them, one might think that Franklin would have drawn his daughter even tighter to him so that they could help each other grieve. But no, he moved to California and sent Barbara to live with her grandfather, Frank Woolworth, the retail magnate. One can only imagine how hard it must have been for Frank to have to rear his granddaughter because his daughter was dead. It is so sad when parents outlive their children. I don't have any children, but I've seen parents who have lost their children just never recover. That's not the natural order of things, and that will happen again in this story. While Barbara was being cared for by her mother's father, her own father had moved to California. It really can start to seem like he was already building a new life there before his wife passed away. Franklin Hutton's communications with his daughter were minimal for all the years of her childhood. Meanwhile, back in New York, Barbara struggled to find stability. After her grandfather died in 1919, just 2 years after her mother, she spent the rest of her youth moving from one family member's mansion to the next, and a few schools here and there. Outside of that, she lived the life that wealthy girls of her era lived. She attended a couple of finishing schools for young ladies. There weren't a lot of educational opportunities for girls unless their parents made a decision to give their daughters a traditional education. But at finishing school, Barbara would learn everything that she needed to get along well in high society, things like etiquette and social graces. Barbara didn't have a lot of friends, but she had a cousin who was her closest confidant. His name was Jimmy Donahue. He was also an heir to part of the Woolworth fortune, and there's no doubt that he understood Barbara in a way that very few people could have. He shared the same struggle of being a very rich kid who was expected to excel in life just because he came from a lot of money. They both had upbringings that were not so pleasant and, for the most part, out of the spotlight. But when it was time for Barbara's name to start getting media attention because of her upcoming debut to society, Franklin, her father, showed up to foot the bill for it. He would show up one more time in her adult life, and when you hear what he did, you'll probably wish that he had just left her alone. Having a debutante ball thrown in her honor was nothing more than a standard rite of passage for a girl like Barbara, a girl who was born into wealth in New York City. By the time it was her turn for her ball, these coming out parties had been going on for decades, for daughters whose last names were Astor, Vanderbilt, and Rockefeller, and now, in 1930, it was her turn. It was unfortunate timing for Barbara that she just so happened to be turning 18 at the beginning of the Great Depression, and for that reason, which was completely out of her control, her society debut became an instant scandal. How on God's green earth could her father brag about spending $60,000 on a party, $7,000 on the music alone, when people were lined up at soup kitchens trying to stave off hunger pains till the next day, while a nation full of able-bodied men who were willing to work couldn't find jobs? The talk about Barbara's coming out gala seemed obscene under the circumstances, and the public made it known that they did not like it at all. The situation got so hot for Barbara that she had to leave the country and go to Europe for a while, just to escape the media attention. But make no mistake, her coming out party was extravagant, even by rich people's standards. It was held at the Ritz-Carlton, and the music was so expensive because her father had hired Rudy Valley to play. He was one of the most popular singers of his day. He led his own big band, and he was well known all over the nation, not just New York. The ball was to last all night long, starting with a dinner party for 200, followed by a dance, which was followed by a breakfast party that started at dawn the next day. It sounds like a fabulous party. The rest of the country probably would have been celebrating with her in spirit if they'd had a little food and money of their own. Once the drama of the press had died down, another drama spun off from Barbara's debutante ball. Now, all of her potential suitors would know that she was on the market for marriage, and a young girl with a big inheritance was always a coveted find in that set. For a rich young man, she would make a great match because their families could combine their fortunes, and the two could become a real-life power couple. But the problem was that there weren't only young rich men hanging around at these debutante balls. There were also poor men with good names and sometimes even aristocratic titles searching for some young, foolish rich girl to fork over her money in order to shore up his family. These men were called fortune hunters, and they had their eyes on Barbara Woolworth Hutton from the start. They may or may not have known about how her father earned his money, but everyone knew what Woolworth was. I can't express how big the Woolworth brand became. For those potential mates of hers, locking her down would be like a present-day man being able to marry the daughter of the founder of Apple or Amazon and then have access to her money. Barbara's grandfather had built the tallest building in the world at the time. The Woolworth Building in New York City was the tallest skyscraper in the world from 1913 until the same year as Barbara's ball, 1930, when 40 Wall Street was built. Then the very next year came the Chrysler Building, which was later dwarfed by the Empire State Building in 1931. But the point is that Barbara came from big money and everyone knew it. And while it might sound like a lot of fun to have as much money as Barbara had, the truth was that it was isolating. People with pockets that deep never know who to trust, or if someone only pretends to love them but has ulterior motives. And poor Barbara, she had a habit of picking the guys who meant her no good at all. They only wanted what she could give them. They wanted her money. First, there was Alexis Madvani. I'm sorry, that's actually Prince Alexis Madvani. He came from a broke-ass, bankrupt family who were each doing well for themselves until there was civil unrest in their native Georgia, the Eurasian country, not the state, in the USA. Alexis was the youngest of 5 siblings. He was said to have not been particularly handsome, nor did he have a great manly physique, but he did have a lot of charm. After landing in America, his 2 sisters married for love. His 2 brothers married for money, and he followed in their footsteps. His brother David moved to Hollywood, where he was able to make $25 a week as a movie extra, but he didn't need to work anymore after he met and married Mae Murray, a movie actress who was at the height of her career. His other brother, Sergei, was able to ditch his job after meeting and marrying film actress and singer Pola Negri. Oddly, neither one of these ladies ever married again after being married to the Madvani brothers. Then there was the baby brother Alexis. Barbara was his second wife. His first one was an Astor, Louise Astor Van Allen. The 2 women had been friends. You can imagine how tight those social circles get when people have that kind of money. But while Alexis was married to Barbara, Louise Astor was still in love with him. Some sources even say that he never divorced her. But while Louise was in love with Alexis, he was in love with Barbara's money. The pair got married in 1933, and their wedding night should have revealed to her everything that she needed to know about him. He refused to have sex with her that night because, in his words, she was too fat. They got divorced in 1935, but while they were married, she bought him some really expensive presents. There were polo ponies, expensive properties all over the country, and his prized possession, a Rolls Royce. And when they got divorced, Princess Barbara's main complaint was, "He doesn't appreciate me." Well, he appreciated her money, and he bragged about being able to walk away with all of those expensive presents she had given him throughout their very short marriage. He was able to walk away with it all: the houses, the horses, and the Rolls Royce. Plus, he demanded $1 million of Barbara's dollars in alimony, and he got it. After using her for material gain and to help him social climb, he was patting himself on the back for now being a millionaire in his own right. Well, karma came quickly for the prince. That Rolls Royce that he gloated about getting from Barbara, he was killed in it, just 3 months after the divorce was finalized. Here's what happened. He was visiting his sister in Spain. She and her husband were having a small party, and Alexis was attending with a woman he was dating. She needed to catch a train about 35 miles from his sister's house, so he left the party to take her. It was reported that he was speeding while driving in the foothills of the Pyrenees. He was going 85 miles per hour down these winding roads when his car struck a culvert, then plunged into a deep gully. Just as his sister's last guests were leaving, she got a phone call from authorities notifying her of the accident and asking her to come identify her brother's body. His companion suffered life-threatening injuries and was treated at a nearby hospital, but the reports said that it didn't appear that she would pull through. She was not named in the reports, and I don't know for certain if she survived her injuries or died from them. I couldn't look it up. Alexis's brothers were notified of his death. They were both in America and made plans to drop everything and get to Spain immediately. One of them was at a party at a country club when he got the news. No surprises there. It's not as if the brothers had a lot of pressing business to drop in order to leave the country. And Barbara was also contacted by the press for a comment. The reporter actually broke the news to her. Barbara responded with questions. "Are you sure?" And then, "When did it happen? Was he alone?" After it was confirmed that it was true, she said, quote, "I am terribly, terribly sorry. I am not surprised. I always felt something like this would happen. He drove like mad." End quote. By the way, by this time she was Countess Barbara. Yes, very shortly after her divorce, she had already gotten married again to another man with another title. Let's talk about him. He was Count Kurt von Haugwitz Reventlow, a German-born Danish count, descended from aristocratic military on both sides of his family, and like Alexis, he married Barbara and an Astor. But Count Kurt married the Astor after he married Barbara, and Barbara married him only one day after her divorce from Prince Alexis. The Count had something else in common with Prince Alexis. He would repeat the same pattern of courting Barbara. Woo her with presents and charm, pretend he loved her, then demand money from her. Now, unlike the prince, the Count's family wasn't completely poor. They still had a castle in Denmark, and he convinced Barbara to come live with him there. Maybe it didn't take much convincing, though. She would get to be a countess and live in a castle. I mean, how romantic does that sound? That's practically every little girl's fantasy. But there was one more condition. He would need for her to give up her American citizenship. And she did it. I should throw in here that Barbara was anorexic by this time. The fat comments from Prince Alexis really took a toll on her self-esteem. But anyway, this relationship with the Count, like most relationships, started out great. They even conceived a son in their first year together. After their son, Lance, was born, things went downhill from there. This marriage was particularly stressful for Barbara because the Count wanted to control every aspect of their son's life, where he would attend school and what type of religious upbringing he would have were decisions that he wanted to make without Barbara's input. Adding to her stress was trouble back home. In New York City, Woolworth salesgirls were on strike. They wanted more money. Their picket signs remarked on how different Barbara's life was from theirs. And there was nothing that Barbara could do about it. Her response to their cries was, quote, "Do people realize I have no more to do with running the Woolworth stores than I have running the British Empire?" End quote. Eventually, Count Kurt asked for divorce, custody of Lance, and a $2.5 million alimony payment from Barbara. Her fear was that Kurt only wanted custody because her son was an heir to a $20 million fortune from her. She feared that her son's life would mirror the worst parts of hers, being wanted by people only because of the money attached to his name. Well, she took action, legal action, and she didn't hold back. In 1935, when the Count was ready to throw in the towel on the marriage, Barbara went to London and filed for a restraining order and to have her American citizenship restored. You see, his request to have her give up her American citizenship came with consequences that she could see, like American newspapers marring her name for being unpatriotic. But the repercussion that she didn't foresee was that giving up her citizenship gave Count Kurt complete control over what happened to her and their son. She couldn't have seen this coming when she submitted to his will. She was in love with this man, and she thought that he was in love with her too. But he was just laying a trap to get her money. She got the help that she needed in London. Her request for a restraining order got approved, and the renewing of her American citizenship standing was in the works. She had Barbara's absentee father. Yes, this is where he rears his head again. Barbara had made it clear that her husband was cruel, controlling, and money-hungry. So she was taking every step that she could to get her son and herself away from him. Her father showed up to make sure that the couple worked out their issues and stayed together. The nerve of him. If he had been a decent husband and a loving father, maybe Barbara wouldn't have been so desperate for love from just anyone and falling for all these wrong men. But now, at this late stage in her life, he decided to show up and be her father. The Count was in Paris while all of the legal stuff was happening in London. Barbara's father flew to Paris, to console his son-in-law and to speak to Barbara on the Count's behalf, asking her to consider making up with him. Barbara's father, Mr. Hutton, sat down for a meal with the Count when he was approached by a reporter. The reporter showed him cable communications showing that his son-in-law wanted $2.5 million from his daughter. His response was, quote, "All I can say is that these children have been in some sort of a misunderstanding. It's all mixed up and it's all too bad." End quote. Her father told the press that he planned on flying from Paris to London with his son-in-law to help facilitate a meeting between the couple so that they could get back on track. In other words, he was going to accompany his son-in-law on a mission to violate a restraining order, an action that could have put his own daughter and grandson's lives at risk. Long story short, this marriage ended in divorce, with Barbara having to shell out another big alimony payment. But there was a bright side. She got to return to America with her citizenship restored and her son safe and sound with her. No thanks to her father. She loved her son dearly, but she didn't want to have any more children. She would use anorexia as a method of birth control and unhealthy weight management for the rest of her life. Her divorce was finalized in 1938. Then she took a few years off from marriage. Barbara got married again in 1942, and this time it was to a famous man, Cary Grant. On July 8th, they eloped to Lake Arrowhead, California, and honestly, there is no scandal here. She loved him, and he loved her. But you know how they say that sometimes love just isn't enough? This seemed to be one of those situations, though she did divorce him on the ground of cruelty. But they never had a bad thing to say about each other publicly. She said that his career got in the way of their marriage, and she loved him the most because he was so sweet and gentle. They simply parted ways in 1945. He was reported to be her only husband who never asked her for alimony. Want to know what she did next? Listen to this line from the Buffalo News, quote, "After her third divorce, Woolworth heiress Barbara Hutton told the world, 'I'll never marry again because you can't go on being a fool forever.' And then went on being a fool forever." End quote. Enter Prince Igor. Barbara became a princess again in 1947 when she married Lithuanian Prince Igor Trubetskoy. I'm sure that you already know how this romance went. He told her how beautiful she was, bought her some fancy trinkets, told her that he loved her, she believed it, they got married, then they got divorced. Prince Igor was different from Prince Alexis in the looks department. His dashing good looks were always remarked upon in the press. But Igor seemed to be like Alexis in every other way. When he was in Barbara's presence, he treated her cruelly. When he wasn't in her face being mean to her, he was neglecting her. When Barbara requested the divorce from him, her attorney told the Parisian court that Igor showed her, quote, "a lack of affection, lack of comprehension, and abandoned her to solitude," end quote. And to be clear, he had completely abandoned her. He wasn't just giving her the silent treatment at home. No, they had been living in a suite at the Hotel Ritz, and he just up and left and moved into his own apartment. But even after he left, Barbara didn't give up. She sent one of her attorneys to his apartment to ask him to come back to her. Well, that didn't go well at all. Here's how the Spokesman Review said Igor responded. Quote, "Igor pushed the attorney roughly out the door and said, 'You tell my wife I do not want to live with her.'" End quote. Well, that made things pretty clear, right? To you and I maybe, but not to Barbara. She would have her attorneys to arrange one more shot at a reconciliation in the judge's chambers, but that didn't work out either. She was left with no choice but to move on from this man who had made it ever so clear that he did not want her. But like her husbands before him, except Cary Grant, he did want some of her money. Even though she called him the meanest man in the world, he felt entitled to $3 million of her dollars in the form of alimony. This is how that divorce wrapped up for Barbara. The decree was handed down on Halloween Day, October 31st, 1945, by a Judge John Ossie. It was shrouded in so much secrecy that Barbara herself didn't know that her divorce was final until she read about it in a newspaper 3 weeks later. Just having that out of the way was good enough, but the icing on the cake was that Barbara learned that she would not have to pay Prince Igor any money. His request for alimony was denied. Not only did the judge deny his request for her millions, he also made him pay his own court fees. Nice try, Igor. I can only imagine how disappointed he was to walk away empty-handed from what he thought would have been a slam dunk case for him, knowing how her previous husbands had been paid off. Barbara had a lot to be happy about. She got the divorce, she didn't have to pay, and now she could move on to her next romance. This time, she said that she would move cautiously. You see how much runtime is left in this video, so you know that she didn't do that. But here's what was printed in the spokesman review about her next move. Quote, "Now that she's free of Lithuanian Prince Igor Trubetskoy, Miss Hutton conceded that she has a new romantic interest, but only a romance of friendship. I'm not going to risk it by getting married," she said. End quote. Well, she kept those words for a little while, meaning she didn't marry the romantic friend right away. We'll come back to him. Her next husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. He didn't have an official title like prince or baron or count, but he had an unofficial title, and it was Latin lover. He was an international playboy. This man had sexual affairs with Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, Dorothy Dandridge, Judy Garland, and that doesn't even cover half of his long list of lovers. They might have also called him the Meat Man, because the word around town was that he was packing, and I don't mean suitcases. I mean he had a large penis, so worthy of discussion that, you know, the big pepper mills that they use at restaurants? Well, in fine dining establishments, they started calling them Rubirosas. Now, that was them being disgusting, not me. I'm just reporting to you. But the scandal where our Barbara is concerned has everything to do with who he was married to before her and who else he was having sex with while he was married to her. Porfirio was a Dominican diplomat and a race car driver who got married a total of 5 times in his life. His third wife was Doris Duke. She was an American heiress who came out, as in had her debutante ball, the same year as Barbara. They had actually been friends. They were always mentioned in the news together. The year of their society debuts, Barbara was the second richest debutante. The richest girl of the season was Doris. But all of the papers said that Barbara was the prettiest girl of the season. So you can see how early in their lives, the press started brewing a scenario that would have made competition for these two ladies almost inevitable. But it was up to them, Barbara and Doris, to play into it or not. And I have to say that it looks like Barbara decided to play their dirty game. This is where I think she went wrong. Now, I believe in girl code, and when we are friends with someone, we don't get involved with their exes. Do you play by this code? Let me know in the comments section, because Barbara did not play by this code. Doris was married to Porfirio for a little over a year, from 1947 till 1948. That would have been while Barbara was married to Prince Igor. But as soon as she was single at the same time as Porfirio, she made a move on him, and he went for it. And at this time in Barbara's life, I feel like her heart just went dark, and she wasn't really thinking about anyone except for herself. And maybe a string of horrible marriages will do that to someone, but I really don't like how she handled Doris. On their wedding day, after Barbara said "I do" to Porfirio, She broke her ankle, leaving her confined to their honeymoon suite. And Porfirio, so excited about his new marriage, went out on the town to celebrate by himself. Well, what Barbara didn't see coming, but frankly she should have seen it coming, was that Porfirio was going to cheat on her, and he did it very publicly with a very public figure. Have you ever heard of Zsa Zsa Gabor? She was a very famous actress who was Porfirio's girlfriend while Barbara was his wife. Which wasn't a long time, by the way. Their marriage only lasted for 53 days. Barbara did have to pay him alimony, and I can't feel sorry for her on this one, because when he divorced her friend, Doris, she saw what Doris had to give him in their divorce settlement, and it was a lot. A fishing fleet, a B-25 bomber, which is strange to me, a chateau in Paris, a whole bunch of sports cars, and $25,000 per year until he remarried, which ended up being a total of $125,000 because Doris got to stop making those payments in 1953. That's when backstabbing Barbara made him her problem. So I'm sure that Doris thanked her for being a gal pal and putting an end to those payments for her. Barbara and Doris went on to feud publicly for years. That entire situation is a hot mess scandal for another day. Let me know if you want to hear that story. But where Porfirio was concerned, Barbara should have felt like a fool. After being cheated on in such a public manner, she would lose her man and some more of her fortune. Porfirio would receive from Barbara another B-25 bomber. Why anyone would need one of those, let alone two, I don't know. He also got some expensive jewelry, some polo ponies, a coffee plantation in the Dominican Republic, and $2.5 million. Barbara had the use of this man's phallus for less than 2 months, and she had to share it. Doris had it for a year, and paid a lot less to get rid of him. She definitely got more bang for her buck, pun intended. But even with this major loss, Barbara still wasn't done getting married. Remember that romantic friend who she was talking about while she was waiting on her divorce from Prince Igor? The one who she said she didn't want to risk losing her romantic friendship by getting married? Well, he became her husband number 6. Baron Gottfried von Kram was his name. Voila, she was a baroness again. He was a German-born baron and tennis star. She had known him for 18 years, and during that time when she was waiting for the divorce from Prince Igor, she went to visit Gottfried and his family on her birthday. Nothing came of their relationship at that time, but here they were, a few years later, and things had changed. After a very short courtship, the pair got married in 1955, and they were separated almost as soon as they said I do. There are at least a couple of reasons why this marriage was doomed from the start. 1, by this time, Barbara had a lot of issues she'd been dealing with. She'd been anorexic for most of her adult life, from the time that her first husband told her that she was too fat to sleep with on their wedding night. In addition to being anorexic, she also had substance abuse problems and she suffered from depression. And Gottfried married her to help her get through those challenges. The problem with that was that she didn't really want any help, or she just wasn't ready. Number 2, the other reason that this marriage would never last was that Baron Gottfried was gay. He had spent time in prison for one of his same-sex relationships in the 1930s. So it probably came as a surprise to no one that Barbara started stepping out with other men while she was separated but still married to Gottfried. Remember that I told you that Cary Grant was Barbara's only husband, who reportedly did not request alimony? Well, Baron Gottfried might have been the second one. He really just seemed to want to help a friend whose life was spinning out of control. And I never came across what he asked for in a divorce settlement. I'm not saying that he didn't ask for money. I'm just saying that I never came across evidence of that, and I'm only presenting to you what my research shows. I admit that I could have missed it, but I did not see it. Marriage to her seventh husband gave her the privilege of calling herself princess one last time. Her final husband was the Laotian Prince Pierre Raymond d'Onvin. He had been adopted into a royal family. His work wasn't particularly fascinating. He was a writer and a painter. The prince was also 5 years younger than Barbara. When they met, she was 52 and he was 47. But by this stage in her life, she looked older than her 52 years. And just by appearances, it looked like there was a bigger age gap than the 5 years between them. Barbara met the prince while she was living in Tangier, where she had bought a palatial home for herself. They got married in 1964 in a small Mexican village. And yes, he married her for her money. She spent a lot of money on expensive presents for Prince Pierre and showed up with him on her arm at social functions. That seemed to be all that there was to their relationship. Barbara threw a birthday party for herself in 1966, and Prince Pierre was her date. And right after that party, there was a lot of talk about how divorce was on the horizon for this couple. Now, this is something that is strange to me, because everywhere I looked in just doing a simple search said that this couple got divorced in 1966. Since her birthday is so near the end of the year, November 14th, I started searching 1967 records to find out details on the divorce and how much she had to pay him in alimony. Well, let me tell you, I searched the entire year of 1967 and nothing shows that they were divorced. The whole year they were showing up to parties, doctor's appointments, and her surgeries together. Her health was declining rather rapidly, and the prince was always there, in and out of those hospitals with her. He was still being called her husband, not her ex-husband. And the same could be said for the years 1968 and 1969. Honestly, I didn't see any sign that they got divorced until 1971, and even then it was just mentioned as a small part of a bigger story about the prince. So, I'm saying all of that to say that I don't know when they officially divorced, but I did see a quote from him that said, "She gave me more than $4 million. She gave me love." The prince was quite lucky to get that love gift of $4 million, because by this time her fortune had dwindled down significantly, and it's not hard to figure out why. There was her own lavish spending on properties, jewels, cars, and vacations, plus all the divorce settlements she had paid over the past 30 years. And I have to tell you this, because I'm confident in my research and I have an entire year's worth of news articles showing that Barbara and the prince were married for the whole year of 1967. I can also say that he was openly cheating on Barbara, which we know was nothing new to her. In March of 1967, he was publicly dating a German actress named Vera de Winter. He had met her on a golf course in Spain just before Barbara's birthday party in 1966. At some point, Barbara did divorce him, and years later, when she looked back on their relationship, she said that Prince Pierre was just the same as the others and was only there for her money. The romantic love was never in the cards for her. She did have one person who loved her, her son, Lance, and she loved him so much. Despite growing up, seeing his mother in so many crazy relationships and not having much of a relationship with his own father, Lance had turned out to be a really great man, just a good guy. Lance was the child Barbara had with her second husband, Count Kurt. He was her only child, and that was by her design because she became so obsessed with being thin that she never wanted to gain baby weight again. Lance was profiled in the Press and Sun Bulletin in 1958 when he was 22, and most of what was written about him made him out to be a really kind and level-headed person. Here's just some of what was detailed about him. He was tall and good-looking. He had access to millions of dollars. He owned an airplane and several luxury cars, including a Rolls-Royce and a Ferrari. And he had his own chef and butler, and of course he had a mansion in Beverly Hills. But his mansion only cost $200,000, which was a lot less than he could afford. but that kind of summed up who he was. Someone who had it all, but didn't need to spend it all, or show off all of it. Very much the opposite of his mother. Lance seemed to approach everything in a sensible, level-headed manner. He knew the importance of work, and he liked working. He made his hobby his job. Lance loved racing cars, and he learned how to build them in order to sell them. That was his operation. Lance was also keenly aware of the fact that he was envied for his money. At the time of this interview, he was engaged to the up-and-coming Hollywood actress, Jill St. John. She noticed the envy regarding his money too, chiming in to tell the reporter that when Lance wins a race, the sentiment from most people was like, "Of course he won, I'd win too if I could afford a car like that." And when he lost, people would just call him a lazy bum, too rich to care about practicing and excelling at his sport. He said that he had a wary eye for young women who were willing to marry him. He didn't trust everyone's intentions. His own words, quote, "How do you know whether they're interested in you as a human being or your money? That's the trouble with being born rich. It's both a curse and a convenience," end quote. If only his mother had a better handle on that question. Lance deeply loved his mother, but he saw her as someone who completely lacked the ability to be a good judge of character. At this point, she thought that all of her ex-husbands might have still been good men, while Lance said that he could see through all of them, his own father included, who, at the time of this article, Lance hadn't spoken to in 10 years. He said that his mother never hurt anyone except for herself. We know that wasn't true because she certainly did hurt Doris Duke after she married the lady's ex-husband, but that was just Lance looking at his mother through the eyes of a child. Other than that, he was spot on about his assessments of his mother. But he could only concern himself with his own actions, and he was determined to be better, and he was. Not only did he like race car driving, he was really good at it and won a lot of races. He won the International Grand Prix and the Governor's Cup in 1958. He was well respected by his fellow drivers, who would remark on how good he was, but more importantly, how safe he was. They said that he never took stupid risks on the track and didn't mind pulling back from the lead if it meant that at the end of the race, everyone could go home alive. He was really just an all-around good kid who happened to be rich. For whatever she had messed up before, Barbara got one thing right for sure. Her Lance. She reared a very rich boy who had all of the right qualities: compassion, intelligence, self-awareness, a good sense of humor, and a desire to be a genuinely good person. His money didn't corrupt him. He saw it as just another thing that he had. And he would have a lot more of it after his mother died, as was written in the Press and Sun Bulletin, quote, "Upon her death, Lance will inherit all her holdings," end quote. In the natural order of things, this is the way that it would go. But her precious Lance would never inherit his millions, for he would die 7 years before she did in an horrific plane crash on July 24th, 1972. And no one could have seen it coming. If anyone would have had to make a guess on such a morbid matter as his death, they would have guessed that a car crash would have taken him out. He did end up marrying Jill St. John, and they divorced because of his car racing. When the whole story was pieced together, it came out that for some reason, a young, unlicensed pilot was flying Lance and his friends around Aspen, Colorado. Their destination wasn't exactly clear. The emphasis that Lance had always put on safety in his sport made the news all the more ironic to his loved ones. They were all shocked and hurt, but probably no one more than his mother. At this stage, she was done with all of her husbands and would never marry again. Her physical and mental health were fading quickly. On the rare occasions that she was well enough to be in public, she was usually belligerently drunk. She was making headlines for being in and out of hospitals for various surgeries and treatments. Her fortune had dwindled down to practically nothing. In a kind of ticker tape style, Her weight was reported as 98 pounds. She was so frail that she had to be carried around like luggage. She'd lived her entire adult life, spending excessively and looking for men to love her in an effort to cure her pain. But after Lance died, there was no point in even trying. His death was what finally broke her spirit. She became a recluse and moved into a hotel suite. Her finances were in such a shamble that she had to start selling many of her expensive items just so she could pay her bills. Woolworth was the name that made Barbara famous and one of the richest women in the world. By Woolworth's 100th anniversary in 1979, it had become the largest department store chain in the world. It was a great year for the company that was memorialized in the Guinness Book of World Records. That was also the year that Barbara died. On May 11th, 1979, she died, alone in her penthouse suite at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The official cause? A heart attack brought on by anorexia nervosa. Just weeks before her death, at her final doctor's appointment, she weighed in at a frightening 82 pounds. And her funeral was as sad of an event as you can probably imagine. The Daily News described the day as dark and with rain-swollen clouds filling the sky. It took place at the Woodlawn Cemetery in the Bronx. Her remains were laid to rest in the Woolworth Mausoleum on top of her son's. And only 10 people showed up to her burial. 10. I hope that one of those attendees was Philip Van Rensselaer, because he certainly did not waste any time writing a tell-all memoir about her after she died. His book was called $1 Million Baby, and it was on the shelves just months after Barbara passed away. He had only been her friend up until her late 50s, but she died at the age of 66. I'm not saying that he didn't attend her funeral, but I didn't see his name listed among the attendees. And that being said, I wasn't able to find a full list, so I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt. But it still looks tacky that someone who was not a friend till the end was so quick to capitalize on her death. The thought of being super rich seems like a lot of fun to a lot of people, and yeah, I get it, probably most of us want a little extra money. But there is a dark side to being very rich. Too many people only see you for the money you have. Here are a couple of newspaper quotes that might help us to understand Barbara a little better. This one is from Barbara herself. She said, "I won't say my husbands thought only of my money, but it had a certain fascination for them." End quote. And this one is a question from a reader and an answer from a columnist. LP from St. Louis asked, "What makes a woman like Barbara Hutton, who's always had everything, act the way she does? This is her 7th divorce, if rumors are true, for heaven's sake." And I thought that the response from the columnist was insightful. The reply was, "Has Miss Hutton had everything? At 4, she saw her mother die. At 7, her grandfather. And at 12, her grandmother. Her first parties consisted of a group composed of an insensitive grandfather, his nurse, her grandmother, who had by then lost her mind, and her grandmother's keeper. My father was young and very busy," she has said. "He loved me, of course, but I was only an ordinary, rather stupid little girl, and I couldn't be a real companion to a gay, brilliant man, could I?" Of her mother, she has spoken in even more revealing terms. "I hardly remember her," she says, "but I have missed her all my life." End quote. At the end of the day, Barbara was just a very rich woman who was looking for someone to love her. So while her extravagant spending was over the top and not so wise, if we look at it through her lens, those spending sprees were among the few occasions in which people were nice to her. When she was spending money and they were earning huge commissions, they would flash a smile her way that seemed genuine. You can be sure that she got more from shopping than just the items she was purchasing. This was a woman who paid for her friends to be around her, and she knew that they were there for her money because if she didn't pay up, they didn't show up. And her poorly attended funeral proves that. Barbara Woolworth Hutton inherited $42 million in 1930 and died with $3,500 in 1979. Now, maybe we see how it all happened. Madeleine Astor was the widow of the wealthiest man on the Titanic who went down with the ship on her maiden voyage, John Jacob Astor. She was merely a teenager, 18, and just 1 year older than his son when she started dating the 40-something John Jacob, which caused his first wife of almost 20 years to divorce him. I covered that scandal in my previous video that I will link in the description box. Also, in that video, I asked you all if you wanted me to tell you the story of Madeleine's third marriage, which was a cause of great embarrassment to her. So many of you said, "Yes, Ty, I want to know what happened." I'm glad that you all wanted to know because I was going to tell you anyway. The story is just that fascinating to me. Madeleine ended her romance in first class with her first husband, millionaire John Jacob Astor, and she started her romance on another ocean liner, inviting a guy from second class to dine with her. He would become her third husband, Italian boxer Enzo Fiormonte. She was on the prowl for an Italian stallion, and he wanted some of that Astor fortune. Was he her karma, plus some extra? Let's get into it. When the Titanic hit the iceberg on April 14, 1912 at 11:40 p.m. ship's time, she sank less than 3 hours later in the early morning hours of April 15th, and all of the ladies in first class except for 5 survived. Madeleine Astor was one of those ladies who survived, thanks in part to her husband, who saw to it that she got into a lifeboat. John Jacob Astor took care of Madeleine in the physical sense on his last day on Earth, and he had taken care of her and their unborn child in the financial sense months before they ever left the country for their extended vacation. For his unborn son, he had left a $3 million trust. For his wife, Madeleine, he left an outright sum of $100,000, which, adjusted for inflation, is worth a little more than $3 million today in 2023. Now, that $100,000 she got no matter what, but John threw in a couple of extras for her on the condition that she never remarried: the use of his Fifth Avenue mansion and the income from a $5 million trust. Sounds like a nice deal. So of course she collected her inheritance and lived happily ever after, right? Of course not. If she had, I certainly wouldn't be telling that boring story here. We need the hot mess, and boy oh boy did she ever land in one. Madeleine would marry 2 more times after the death of John Jacob Astor. The first time was to wealthy banker William Carl Dick. He had actually been a childhood friend to Madeleine. He didn't have Astor money, but he was the vice president of a trust company and part owner of the Brooklyn Times newspaper. So, losing her stipend from the Astor $5 million trust didn't exactly cause her any financial stress. They had 2 boys together and eventually divorced. The standard stuff of which divorces are made, no real hot mess there. But that second time that she married after John Jacob Astor died, wow. If anyone held a grudge against her and considered her to be a young little bluesy of a gold-digging homewrecker for being Astor's mistress while he was married to his first wife, Ava, well, they probably got a little bit of joy from seeing how the tables turned on Madeleine with this third husband. When John Jacob Astor met Madeleine in 1909, he was deeply infatuated by a young girl who wanted to be with him. He had lust in his eyes, and she likely had dollar signs in her eyes. Fast forward to 1932, aboard the Vulcania ocean liner, and now Madeleine, at the age of 39, and according to numerous sources, fading quickly in the looks department, sat across a dinner table from Enzo Fioramonte, with lust in her eyes. He was only 24. He was Italian, and there had long been sexual stereotypes about Italian men that made them out to be good lovers. And he was a prize fighter, a boxer. So, because of his profession, he was known to have a great physique and thought to be well-conditioned. So you can imagine all of the thoughts that her dirty little mind was conjuring up. By the way, she was not quite divorced from William Carl Dick yet. Just like Astor wasn't divorced when he started fooling around with Madeleine, so many parallels. As for Enzo Fioramonte, his intentions were not pure with her either. But while she wanted sex from him, he wanted money from her. Yes, he was a prize fighter, but he wasn't a very good one. And he wasn't very different from a lot of 24-year-old men at any point in history. He wanted expensive clothes and watches, and fast cars and women. So they sat across from each other at the dinner table, staring at each other and fantasizing. Madeleine staring at his handsome face and how well his frame filled out his suit, and wondering what was going on underneath it. Enzo staring at her diamond rings and pearl necklace, wondering how much a pawn shop would pay him for the jewelry. It was Madeleine's doctor who, yes, traveled with her because after Titanic, traveling made her a ball of nerves, as you can imagine. Anyway, it was her doctor who thought that it would be a keen idea to invite Enzo from second class to join Madeleine for dinner in first class. And it would be her doctor who convinced Enzo to see Madeleine for the second time. See, after Enzo had dinner with her that first night, he vowed to himself to never see her again because he had a wife back home in Italy, a wife and a son. But that guilt didn't last long. Like literally the next day, Enzo went up to the first class deck to see Madeleine again. Her doctor had convinced Enzo that some of Madeleine's rich friends might be of benefit to him in his boxing career. And let's just say the doctor didn't have to tell Enzo twice. He spent the whole day with Madeleine, playing deck tennis and backgammon and eating and drinking. They were on a date that lasted all day. It was as if Tosca and Gianni didn't exist. You don't know who they are? Yeah, neither did Enzo at the time. Tosca was his wife and Gianni was his baby boy. That vow that he had made to himself when he went to sleep that night after he met Madeleine was broken as soon as he woke up the very next morning. And after spending that glorious day of fun with Madeleine, he told her that she was beautiful when she smiled. And he did make that distinction. He said that when she smiled, she looked pretty and young, but that normally she looked old and frumpy. He kept the old and frumpy part to himself that night. That would come out later when he started flapping his gums to the press. But that night, she was beautiful. She told him that she thought that he was trying to flatter her because she knew that she didn't look as attractive as she used to when she was younger. Well, he told her he meant it, and he kissed her on their second night together. It was after dinner, and they were out on the deck, under the moonlight. Enzo said that they were in, quote, a misty romantic heaven, end quote. Then he left the fantasy world of first class with his rich girlfriend and her fancy, wealthy friends, and retired to his second-class reality, and the guilt set in once again. He started thinking about his wife and son back home in Italy. Before the cruise was over, he confessed to Madeleine that he had a wife, and that he needed to stop seeing Madeleine. Well, Madeleine, still married herself, said, damn that, okay? She said that she was not giving up that hard penne. She was very persistent about continuing her relationship with Enzo. So much so that when their ship docked in Naples, before he disembarked to go off to see his wife and kid, she told him to join her at the Lido in Venice. Well, from Naples, Enzo went home to reunite with his wife and son, where he did not tell his wife about his affair with the American woman on the Vulcania cruise ship. He barely had enough time to unpack his luggage when he received a telegram from Madeleine that read, quote, "Darling, come and see me. If not, I am going to Rome." End quote. In response, Signore Fioravanti hopped his behind on a train to Venice, and upon arriving there, booked a room at the Excelsior on the Lido. And shortly thereafter, his American woman met him there, and they got down to business. And I don't mean the kind of business that requires spreadsheets, but spread legs instead. You know what I mean? Now, I won't go into great detail about that night that they shared in Venice because I need to keep my YouTube channel, but Enzo went into great detail about it, sharing with one publication how great it was, but still harping on her age. Clearly, the age difference was a big deal for him, and I get it. He was only 24 and she was 39. But here's what he said, in part, quote, "She was different. Everything about her was subtly changed from the woman I had met on the ship. It was as if the years had slipped away from her. I saw her as a young and beautiful girl." End quote. Sheesh. He saw her as young, but he definitely knew that she wasn't. That would be a recurring theme in their relationship. Well, long story short, Madeleine and Enzo abandoned their respective spouses and married each other on November 27, 1933. And just like her first marriage, this third one was also a scandal in high society and talked about in the newspapers. For her first marriage, her husband, J.J. Astor, was painted as the old creep who wanted a young plaything. For her third marriage, she was now in the role of the creep, and her husband, Enzo, was the young plaything. Here's what was written in a 1933 Christmas Day edition of the Garrett Clipper. Ladies and fighters. Society lifts an eyebrow as Mrs. Madeleine Force Dick is married to Enzo Fioravanti, an Italian prize fighter. Mrs. Dick happens to be the widow of Jacob Astor, who stepped aside as the Lusitania was sinking to permit his then youthful bride to take her place with the other women and children in a lifeboat. Okay, so let me stop there. Force was her maiden name and Dick was her second husband's name. And we all know that J.J. Astor died in the sinking of the Titanic, not the Lusitania. That is a crazy mistake for a newspaper to print because of the impact that Titanic had on the world at that time. The Lusitania was another grand, luxurious ocean liner that was owned by a different company from the owners of the Titanic. The Titanic was owned by the White Star Line, and the Lusitania was owned by Cunard. Cunard also owned the Carpathia, the ship that came to rescue Titanic's passengers. These companies were in constant competition to create the best vessels to transport the wealthy back and forth from Europe to the United States. The Lusitania, which was erroneously placed in this article, sank on May 7, 1915, 3 years after Titanic, after being torpedoed by German submarine U-20. Ironically, the Lusitania has a loose tie to the 1997 James Cameron Titanic movie. At the beginning of the film, when Rose sees the Titanic, she tells her fiancé that it doesn't look much more impressive than the Mauretania. The Mauretania was a sister ship to the Lusitania, and when she launched in 1906, she was the biggest ship on the sea, stretching out at 790 feet, which was beat out by Titanic's 883 feet. So it would have made perfect sense for people in those times to make those comparisons.
I don't see what all the fuss is about. It doesn't look any bigger than the Mauretania.
You could be blasé about some things, Rose, but not about Titanic. It's over 100 feet longer than Mauretania, and far more luxurious.
But back to the article. We also get a little more shade thrown at Madeleine's age. Astor's then youthful bride. Okay, we get it. She's not young. It goes on to read. Discussion of the marriage makes much of the tragic background of Fioramonte's bride. To think, say the dowagers, that Madeleine would do such a thing as marry a prize fighter after Astor's noble act in permitting her to be saved, while he himself went to certain death. But then, Mrs. Madeleine Astor Dick is a woman, after all. Enzo Fioramonte, even though he be a prize fighter, is a man. It is the inalienable privilege of any woman to marry any man, society's eyebrow to the contrary notwithstanding. So, this newspaper was definitely firing some shots at Enzo's low social standing, and also basically saying that Madeleine wasn't worth saving from the Titanic or Lusitania, now that her life had come to this. Oh well, she was all smiles at the beginning, but by the time that this was over, this marriage, Enzo made Madeleine wish that she had kept her home-wrecking ways back in 1909, for she would leave this relationship abused, bruised, and confused. So, about the broken arm. From the first time that Madeleine slept with Enzo on the Vulcania cruise ship, she was obsessed with him and she had to have him. He was her possession, and she paid for him to travel to all of her homes and luxury rentals all over the world. She was proud to call Enzo hers. In the winter of 1933, she rented a 15-room mansion in Palm Beach, and Enzo came there too. So did her son, John Jacob, and her doctor. Now, at this time, her son was 20, and he didn't hold back his opinions. He didn't like his mother being with Enzo, and he made it clear. So did the doctor. There were so many two-on-one arguments that eventually Enzo got fed up and left to go back to New York. But guess who left Florida to go find him? Yes, Madeleine had her chauffeur pull up to Enzo's gym, where she retrieved her possession. He said that he saw the window of her car roll down, and a white glove came out of that window and signaled for him to come hither, and he did. As much as he admitted to not wanting to be with Madeleine, he also admitted that often he would play right into when she would chase him down. He said that he happily left his gym and went back to her New York home with her. The happiness between the two of them never lasted for long. They always argued about whether or not they should even be together, and he was always the one who thought that they should end it. He would leave or threaten to leave, then she would throw a few $1,000s his way or buy him something expensive, and then he would get happy for a few days and stay. Then the cycle would start all over again. Madeleine kept pressing him to get a divorce. Yes, even at this point they were both still married. Her plan was to have Enzo get a divorce, then she could pay a sum of $10,000 to Enzo's little boy back home in Italy, Gianni, and for the low price of $10,000, she could then have Enzo all to herself. So, even though, as this story progresses, it will be very clear to see that Enzo was horrible to her, Madeleine certainly had a part to play in this farce of a marriage, and she was not innocent. How selfish can a woman be? A mother at that, who was totally comfortable with the idea of giving a boy money, which was chump change to her, in the place of his father. She really didn't care about Enzo's wife and child, or about Enzo being a part of his child's life. Now, clearly, at some point, Enzo didn't care either, and I don't expect for her to care more about his family than he did. But I do find it odd, to say the least, when I see women who like being in romantic relationships with men who don't take care of their children. It's even worse when they support the bad behavior. Anyway, she told Enzo to write home to his wife and ask for a divorce. His wife, Tosca, wrote back and said she would never give him a divorce. She fought for him till the end, Her part in this gets crazier, but eventually Tosca caved. That $10,000 wasn't a lot to Madeleine, but Tosca, according to several news outlets, was from, quote, peasant stock. And that $10,000 was a life-changing amount of money for someone like her. Adjusted for inflation, it had the buying power that $230,000 has today in 2023. So she agreed to take the money, but she still wanted her husband. A celebrity gossip reporter named Elsa Maxwell caught wind of the transaction and wrote, quote, John Jacob Astor's widow finally used part of her fortune to buy herself an Italian boxer for a husband, end quote. That reporter only wrote what everybody was thinking. She was paying to keep that young Italian man in her presence. Now, you can imagine that was a blow to Madeleine and Enzo. She looked like a desperate fool, and he was a loser who needed a woman to pay his way in life. In July of 1933, Madeleine's divorce was finalized. She celebrated by taking Enzo to Lake Tahoe and throwing her wedding ring into the lake. That part of her story disgusted me because the value of that ring could have done some good for someone somewhere. But I digress. Every move that Madeleine made was printed in the newspapers, and her divorce was no exception. But now, the divorce news was old. All of the reporters wanted to know when she was going to marry the young Italian boxer. Madeleine was used to the press following her for stories and quotes and photos. Enzo wasn't, and he didn't know how to handle it. When members of the press started swarming him and asking when he and Madeleine Astor were going to get married, he tried to play it off like he didn't know her very well. Astor? I hardly know her. Well, he really could not handle the pressure, so he told Madeleine once again that he was going to leave her. And he did. Again. This time, she hired private detectives to track him down so that she could go to him and bring him back. But even after she found him, he stuck to his guns. He told a reporter that he would never marry her because she's too old. He knew that Madeleine would see that, and he thought that it might make her leave him alone for good. It didn't. Madeleine had an attorney call Enzo to let him know that his wife, in Italy, agreed to the divorce settlement terms. So now he was free to marry Madeleine. Yay! He admitted that he challenged himself and questioned himself on what his attraction was to Madeleine, and he knew and told himself that it was her money. So when he finished his business with the attorney, he went to meet Madeleine in Bermuda to tell her that he was going to go to London to continue his boxing career. Again, he told her that he was going to leave her. He told her that she needed to marry a man from her own social class. And a lot of people would say that that was the reasonable and right thing for him to do and say. Well, Madeleine had a fit and told him, "You mean I'm too old?" He told her that it wasn't about her age, but that her way of living was wrong, and he didn't feel like a real man being a rich woman's possession. After he told her that, he turned to walk towards the door and leave. Then Madeleine caught up with him and grabbed his hair, telling him that he could not leave her. Enzo said that he pressed down on her with both of his arms so that she would release her grip on his hair. Well, he ended up pushing her to the floor and breaking her arm. He picked her up and yelled for the doctor who was always with her. The doctor called for an ambulance. She was treated in a hospital in Bermuda for a few weeks and then eventually taken back to Manhattan to get full medical attention. She arrived back in New York on a stretcher, greeted by a mob of reporters and photographers that were able to catch some version of this image. She is trying to hide her face with her coat. Her son, William Dick Jr., is the one who was the closest to her stretcher, trying to help her cover her face and arm. She lied to everyone about why her arm was broken. the story that she told the news media was that she had slipped and fell on a highly polished floor in her vacation home. And it was right after this incident that the couple got married, while Madeleine was still in a hospital bed at the doctor's hospital on November 27, 1933. This article from the Brooklyn Daily Eagle on the day after the wedding tells that the dozen friends and intimates who attended were sworn to secrecy about the strange affair. But we do get to see who some of the attendees were. They included Madeleine's mother, Mrs. Force, who attended all three of her daughter's weddings. There was a mention that she was the most enthusiastic about the first wedding. Madeleine's mother was a big-time social climber, so I can imagine that she became increasingly less enthusiastic with each of Madeleine's spouses. And Madeleine's second husband was still a millionaire. He just didn't have Astor money, but who did? So I can only imagine that Mrs. Force's excitement level was somewhere in the gutter when she saw that Madeleine was going to go through with this marriage to Enzo. But back to the happy day. Madeleine's three sons all attended as well. But let's be clear. This was the wedding that no one wanted, except for Madeleine, not even Enzo. Just because her sons were there didn't mean that they approved. Even Vincent Astor, her stepson from John Jacob Astor's first marriage, did his part to keep Enzo away from Madeleine. In the same wedding article, it's mentioned that Enzo couldn't get to Madeleine at first while she was in Bermuda. Well, that was Vincent's doing. It is explained further in another article about the wedding from the same date in the Daily News. It explains that after Enzo's divorce was finalized, Madeleine put $5,000 in the bank for him, another one of her little treats for him and a thank you gift for going through with his divorce. Then he headed to meet her in Bermuda. But Vincent Astor, who had a lot of influence on the island, decided that Enzo shouldn't be allowed entry onto the island, so he wasn't, until Vincent changed his mind and allowed it. Vincent was the one with the real connections and way more money than John Jacob Astor, the Titanic baby. You might recall that John Jacob Astor left a $3 million trust for the John Jacob who Madeleine was pregnant with on the Titanic. That money was more than enough to make him rich in those times, but it was a lot less than his half-brother Vincent received from their father's will. And that was something that little John Jacob never seemed to get over. Well, that is day one of their marriage, and it only gets worse from here. Madeleine and Enzo had drummed up enough headlines just from their time openly dating while both were still married to other people. More headlines followed after the wedding, with reporters questioning why she left her quiet and successful husband to marry a broke boxer. Madeleine's stepson, Vincent Astor, tried to use his political connections on more than one occasion to keep Enzo away from her. In addition to not permitting him on the island of Bermuda when he met there to meet Madeleine before they got married, Vincent also pulled a stunt to prevent Enzo from re-entering the United States by phoning a friend of his, President Roosevelt. Yeah, I told you in part 2 that Vincent was the one with the real power and money. Unlike the Titanic baby, John Jacob, who couldn't pull any power moves like his half-brother. But instead, it seems that he took the route of acting out, almost like a cry for attention when he announced his engagement to a debutante just 1 week after his mother married the boxer. He never made it down the aisle with her, but just 6 months later, he got married to another Manhattan girl who fit the bill because she was also from a prominent family. Her name was Ellen Tuck French, and she was a cousin to the Vanderbilts. His mother showed up for his wedding, but his new penniless, pugilist stepfather did not. But it seems like after this point, the atmosphere became a little more calm for the couple. For a few months, they were only being talked about in newspapers for being on vacation. Here they are almost 2 months exactly after the wedding on vacation in Palm Beach. Here they are a couple of weeks after that in Lake Worth, which is just about 10 miles away from Palm Beach, so likely on the same vacation. And about 2 weeks after that, not a photo of the couple, but of the home that Madeleine was paying to rent for their extended vacation. A mansion called Nuestro Paradiso, which means our paradise in Spanish. It had a private beach in the rear. And if ever a couple needed privacy, it was that pair. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't comment on the title of this blurb. Our paradise is Fiermonte Dick home. That's what we've been saying about Madeleine this whole time. We all knew her motive, to have Fiermonte's dick at home. And about another 2 weeks after that, on February 25th, the couple appears in another paper, this time on Madeleine's new boat, which is simply called Fun. That is ironic. Most of their marriage was not smooth sailing and was far from anything that people would call fun. And surely enough, exactly 4 months later on June 25th, there are signs of trouble in paradise, or at least the paradise that they were pretending existed between the two of them. An article titled Enzo Parts But Fails to Kiss the Missus told its readers a few things. 1. Clearly from the title, he left but didn't kiss his wife goodbye. Not a big deal if he was going to the store to grab some milk, but he was going to be gone from their West Hampton Beach vacation home for at least a week. He had told a friend where he was going and said that he wasn't sure when he would come back. His reason for going? Business conferences. Now, he had 5 pieces of luggage and owned 0 businesses, but okay. 2. He had announced the Friday before this article was published that he was retiring from boxing, which was something that Madeleine desperately wanted him to do. 3. Less than a week later, he was talking about getting back into the ring to fight. When questioned about whether getting back to boxing would upset his new bride, he said, quote, "I don't care if she is worth $5 million or $10 million. I'm boss in my house." End quote. 4. Neighbors had reported that they saw Enzo yelling at his butler to get rid of photographers days before this story was published. Allegedly, he said, "Get that mob out of here or I'll catch hell." And yes, the neighbors were watching the newlyweds. Then, 2 months later, on August 21st, well, there's no story here, but they say that a picture says 1,000 words. The young, and I do stress young, lady in the photo with him is an actress named Toby Wing. The caption says that he was getting acting advice from her. Maybe he was. All that I'm going to say is, in all of the photos that I have gone through of him and Madeleine to research for this series, I have not seen one of him smiling at Madeleine like he is smiling at this young lady. And maybe he should have hurried up and applied whatever advice the young actress gave him to get an acting gig, because his next appearance in the news was the following month, on September 30th, getting his ass knocked out in a boxing match. Then, 2 months after that, the next piece of bad press was for Mrs. Fiermonte. She, along with Elliot Roosevelt, lost their Blue Book status. The Blue Book was merely a social register of the who's who in New York City. It let everybody know that you were a New Yorker with money and class. For Elliot, the second son of President Roosevelt, he took it pretty nonchalantly. He knew that his name was dropped from the register simply because he had moved from New York 2 years prior to them removing his name. But as for Madeleine, she was dropped from the register because of her marriage to Enzo. And this was society's way of telling her that you are a New Yorker with money, but class? Not so much. That was November of 1934, and really the last article that I see about either of them worth mentioning for that year. 1934 definitely ended on a bad note for the Union. But you know what they say, new year, new you. And the first January story that I found about them from 1935 showed that things were looking optimistic for these two insufferable donkeys. It's the Daily News, January 31st, and Madeleine is back to her old, creepy, foolish self in full swing. The article is called Overlook SOS, We're in Love, Enzo's Latest. Here's the story that was reported. Enzo was headed back to Europe on an Italian liner called the SS Roma. He was leaving for Europe without his old wife. Not only did he leave without Madeleine, but another woman saw him off. As he was getting ready to board the ship, goodbyes were exchanged between him and a woman named Mrs. Adela Rogers St. John's. Now, I'm not saying that she was having an affair with Enzo, but I'm not saying that she wasn't. I will simply say that she looked like this, as opposed to how his wife looked. And shortly after her dealings with Enzo, her husband wanted a divorce from her. So, while Enzo was saying his goodbyes to Adela, and she's standing on the pier, waiting until the ship leaves with her friend on it, little does he know that his crazy old wife is already on the ship. Yes, while he was saying see ya later to his friend, Adela, his wife slipped right past him and got on the ship. Madeleine intentionally did not register her name on the passenger list because she wanted to surprise her hubby. And apparently she did just that. The story doesn't give details on exactly how it happened, but at some point after Enzo realized that his wife was on the ship, he was excited to see her. My guess is that he knew that she would give him some more allowance money to spend on his European vacation that he clearly had no intention of her being a part of before. Nevertheless, he sent a radiogram to one of his friends expressing his happiness due to the discovery of Madeleine on his ship. It read, quote, "Wife's aboard, God help me. In spite of previous statements in the press, I am glad to say that Mrs. Fioramonte and I are reconciliated," end quote. The next day, February 1st, newspapers would print why Enzo had a change of heart. See, he got on the SS Roma to sneak away from Madeleine, but while they were on the ship, she wrote a series of love letters and apology letters to him, having a ship steward carry them to his room eventually, like after a few days at sea. But while she was in her cabin writing love letters, Enzo was running his mouth all over the ship, bragging about how he had escaped from his wife. This daily news story from February 1st, 1935, gives a little more of the backstory on this loving reunion. The article is titled, "Enzo Couldn't Resist Wife's Tender Notes." Now, I just have to wonder, because those gossip columnists were so shady in the 1930s, was this an intentional play on words because both tender and notes mean legal currency or money? And by this point, everyone was well aware that Enzo was far more attracted to Madeleine's money than any other thing about her. So let me know if you think that that writer was being funny with this title. The story makes it clear that for Enzo, the so-called Italian Apollo, this trip was a voyage of escape that somehow turned into a second honeymoon. He became very popular on the ship from day one, and on his first day on the voyage, he was telling all of the strangers in the ship's main saloon that he had made a quote-unquote clean getaway. It was written that he sarcastically waved goodbye to the Statue of Liberty, and then made his way to the ship's gymnasium for a medicine ball workout with the instructor on board. What he told the instructor was in the paper too. Workout grunts included. Quote, "It is marvelous to be free," he said as the heavy ball flew back and forth. "No more private detectives shadowing me. No more gossip. Only Algiers and Marseille and a visit to my first wife and our child. Ah, and I was very smart in slipping out the way I did." End quote. Meanwhile, old dum-dum Madeleine had locked herself in her cabin and committed her time to writing love letters that she was certain would win him back. At some point, Those letters were delivered to Enzo's room by a steward who said that Enzo's face went white when he saw who wrote the letters. Then he wrote back to her and they started writing back and forth to each other. After a whole day of writing until midnight, Enzo was adamant in telling Madeleine that he did not want to be with her. They wrote some more letters the next day. Then he reluctantly agreed to meet her for dinner in her cabin. After that dinner, his own cabin was not occupied for the next 2 nights, nor was he seen at the main saloon with the friends he had made on his first day, who were laughing at his jokes about Madeleine. And we know from before that he got around to saying that they were back together and that he was so happy. In case you didn't know what happened before, parts 1, 2, and 3 are linked in the description box. Now, we know that part of Enzo's plans on his getaway was to see his first wife. Well, Madeleine didn't know that. And when she learned, literally just 1 week after it was reported that they were back in love, it was obvious to see that she didn't like that Enzo was going to see his family back home. As this headline from the February 8th Star Gazette explains, Madeleine cried, lost it, and cut off his allowance. Just the day before, she was confidently telling the press that she and Enzo were going to have big fun in France. Well, what a difference a day makes, because on this day, she was reported as being semi-hysterical, just repeating over and over, "I can't say anything. I don't know anything about this. I don't know what I'm going to do." She said that, but she did quickly figure out one thing to do. She cut off his money. Frankly, at this point, he should have seen that coming, and I don't feel sorry for either one of these people. Madeleine was sad because she didn't have Enzo. Enzo was sad because he didn't have Madeleine's money. But one person was happy, Tosca, Enzo's first wife. She said, quote, "When I met him in Genoa, he was very happy to see me and our child. There were tears in his eyes. We went to a cafe and spent some hours together. Yes, I still love him dearly. I think he loves me. He may come back to me, but not immediately." End quote. My God, what was it about this man? The next few days, there were a number of headlines about Enzo and his first wife meeting each other. All of them expressed something along the lines of Enzo meets wife number 1 and wife number 2 cried about it. Even though he made it clear that he met Tosca and had love for her and his son, he also made it clear that he was staying with Moneybags Madeleine. His mother weighed in and seemed to approve of his decision. She told the Daily News, quote, "My son really loves the American lady a great deal. Although she is older than he, Enzo says she seems much younger than she is." End quote. Something tells me that if Madeleine hadn't been rich, that his mother would not have approved of her son's love match. But she was rich. And even though wife number 1 wanted her husband back from wife number 2, she still had a reason to be happy that Madeleine had entered her life. With the money that Madeleine had sent to Tosca in exchange for her husband, Tosca, the peasant, was able to buy a nice apartment for herself and quit her job at a shirt factory. And she was happy about that. The one who wasn't happy was Madeleine. She didn't like the publicity that she and her husband had been getting on this trip to Italy. All of the papers were really playing up the fact that he would wander about and do as he pleased without his wife. I can understand why she didn't like that, even if it was true, and it was. The news stories were also talking about how much Enzo loved his son, Giovanni. She didn't like that either. That is one part about Madeleine that I just do not like. She really had a problem with the fact that Enzo loved his son. It seems like she just wanted him to be so mesmerized by her money that he would forget that he had a whole family before he met her. Her problem with the way that she was being reported on during the Italian fiasco was that she was being called, quote, "an American millionairess who is jealous." Well, if the shoe fits. But in less than 2 weeks' time, Madeleine would be smiling again because she was going to use the one thing that she had that kept her husband crawling back to her: her money. She would give his wife another 5-figure payday in exchange for Enzo in a once-and-for-all no-backsies deal. And she would buy Enzo a brand new car in exchange for some affection from him. For a few days. So now it's time for Moneybags Madeleine to shell out some dough so that she can keep that hunk of a man who hates her guts. She snuck onto his ship when she found out that he was on his way to Italy. At this point in February of 1935, everybody was in Italy. Enzo, his first wife, and son, and Madeleine. And it was looking like Enzo was going to have to stay longer than he planned because the Italian government was holding his passport. The reason that he was given was that Italy was not going to recognize his divorce from his first wife, Tosca. Instead, they would charge him with bigamy and lock him up in prison. Usually, a problem for Enzo meant a problem for Madeleine. But she was actually okay with the idea of his being locked away because at least in prison, there wouldn't be any other women she'd have to compete with for his affection. I'm not even joking. Check out this headline from the Buffalo News. Enzo's wife fearful of U.S. girls' wiles. Therefore, Madeleine planned to keep her lovely boy, as she called him, away from New York. Sounds like a great plan to me. All that Madeleine wanted was to live in peace with her lovely boy, who she also called a god and a Greek statue. But the pesky young girls just wouldn't leave him alone and let him be faithful. Luckily for her, the Italian authorities had locked him up so that no women could get to him, not even his lawful wife, Tosca. Wait a minute, doesn't that make Madeleine a paranoid hypocrite? I think that it does. She was lucky to have him behind bars, and he was lucky that she had a lot of money. She would end up sticking by his side and paying to get him out. Literally just one day and $17,000 later, Enzo's problems were solved. Tosca settled on 200,000 lira as a settlement to make the divorce a reality. I guess that she liked big round numbers. That's a little more than $375,000 in today's currency that Madeleine shelled out to get her man back. But she wasn't done spending. Of course she had to get him a little treat for all of his trouble. So she bought him a brand new fancy sports car, and the couple made plans to leave Italy and ride off into the sunset with France as their next destination. Cannes, to be exact. While they were waiting on Enzo's passport to be returned, which took a few days, another interesting thing occurred when Madeleine entertained Tosca, aka Mrs. Piemonte No. 1, for tea at her luxurious hotel. I'm sure that Enzo loved that. Unfortunately for us nosy Mestorians, Enzo's mother also attended this tea, and all of the quotes in the papers are from her. It's the same old stuff. She liked Enzo's new rich wife. She knew that Madeleine was older than her son, but she seemed the same age as her son. She seemed really young. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever you say, Mom. Just keep those dollars rolling into the family, right? But we do get this interesting description of Tosca. She's called the fighter's sturdy, black-haired first wife, who comes from Italian peasant stock. Ouch. Now, I have to take just a quick moment to defend Tosca. This photo of her was used almost all of the time in the newspapers, but in March of 1935, I saw this photo. Clearly she used some of that money that Madeleine paid her to get a makeover, but in all of my research, I only saw this photo of her once, but I digress. What happened on March 9th more than makes up for this news fest printed in the papers about the two wives meeting. Well, Enzo took Madeleine to France in that new car she got for him, and this subheadline summed up what happened next rather succinctly. Enzo Piemonte, dapper Italian prizefighter, and his second wife, Mrs. Madeleine Force Astor Dick Piemonte, made a hasty exit out a side door of their hotel today when Enzo's first wife, Tosca, roared into town on the Rome Express, volubly proclaiming she had come to reclaim him. Okay, So here's what happened. Madeleine and Enzo called themselves going on honeymoon number 2. So they were getting ready to step out for the evening to do the Riviera. Well, Tosca had taken a train to France to track them down, and she did just that. Why? Because she wanted her man back. You see how the papers followed and printed their every move. So Tosca knew their hotel, so she thought. But they switched their plans and went to a different hotel, and she still tracked them down. When she arrived at the hotel, she demanded the front desk staff to allow her entry to Enzo's suite. They flat out denied her request, as they should have. She explained to the workers in what was described as strong language that she had come to collect her man, regardless of the money that his wife had paid her and would continue to pay her. She argued back and forth with them for a while, but they never gave her access to Enzo's room. So she settled for a room as close to their suite as she could get. Now, this was not a quiet conversation that she was having with the hotel staff, so Enzo and Madeleine could hear everything. So, as Tosca was settling into her room so that she could wait for an Enzo appearance in the hallway in the middle of the night, he and Madeleine slipped out of a side door of the building, got into his new car, thank goodness it was a race car, and they made their escape. Again, I ask, what was it about this man? Meanwhile, on the very same day as all of this commotion, Enzo's lady friend, the one who he was saying goodbyes to when he left for Europe, thinking that Madeleine didn't know, Adela Rogers St. John, her husband was trying to divorce her because of her affiliation with Enzo Fioramonte. One of the hardest parts for me to understand in this story is why a woman who had been married to 2 millionaires, one of them among the richest men in the world, would drain her bank account to be in a marriage like this one. Anyway, they were on the run. They got away from wife number 1. Meanwhile, Enzo had lied to the press about ever having seen his first wife in Italy, or that he had ever been charged with bigamy, even though all of this had been very well documented. Maybe someone could have found all of the drama that surrounded Enzo to be exciting, but all of this seems like way too much for a normal person to bear, and Madeleine just appeared to be aging by the second. Her friends were starting to feel sorry for her and her crazy life. They were commenting on how her beauty was just gone. And according to the few society friends that were still willing to allow her to come around, Enzo was starting to demand money from her and beat her. That was their norm for the next 2 years. Then in July of 1937, Enzo put his hands on someone else, a man this time. He loved driving his sports cars fast. That earned him a speeding charge. Well, he never answered the charge. The charge was from 1934, 3 years before. He was just irresponsible. God knows that Madeleine had the money to pay for the ticket, and she would have paid for it if he had told her about it. So he ended up getting sentenced to 5 days at Rikers Island prison. At his sentencing, the press was there, just like they had been for every moment of his life since he had been with Madeleine. He should have expected it. But when reporters were questioning him about being sentenced, he punched one of the cameramen twice, landing a left and a right far more successfully than he had been able to do in the boxing ring. I guess that he would have won more fights if his opponents had been holding big cameras and they were not expecting him to hit them. Enzo showed up hours late to this court date, and the judge wasn't having it. That's why he was sentenced to time behind bars. The judge didn't even offer an alternative like paying a fine, and he told Enzo, among other things, quote, "Foreigners like you should not flout the law," end quote. Well, I guess that was 5 days of rest for Madeleine. And she needed it, because according to her handful of friends, Enzo spent the second half of 1937 beating her more frequently and taking more of her money. They said that he broke her wrist and broke her ribs. She was always in bed recovering from one of his attacks. He eventually, on one occasion, quote, beat her senseless, unquote, and that is what caused their final separation, initiated by Madeleine. In May of 1938, Madeleine was staying in Palm Beach and finally decided to go a step further than the separation and file for divorce. She did so on the grounds of extreme cruelty, citing that he, 1, had knocked her down, and I didn't know if that was in reference to the incident before they got married in which he broke her arm, but 2, broke her wrist, 3, hit her with a fist after a dance, and 4, was exceedingly unpleasant. Now, I said that I wasn't sure what Madeleine meant about her charge that Enzo had once knocked her down. As we know, he knocked her down to the floor and broke her arm before they got married, remember? She was in the hospital recovering from the broken arm when she said "I do" to him. Well, I first learned about her accusations against Enzo in a book that I will list in my sources for this video series. Well, that led me to do some digging, and this is what I found. This article that was printed in the Daily News Sunday edition on June 12, 1938, called "Enzo Beat Her, Says Rich Wife." Now that Madeleine had been quickly granted her divorce, the way that the papers had been harping on her for looking old, they were now harping on her ex-husband for having been a terrible boxer. Here's how the story of the divorce begins. Quote, "Accounts of the closely guarded decision, reaching here from West Palm Beach, revealed that Enzo used on the Astor widow the uppercuts and left hooks that he failed to deliver in the American prize ring." End quote. Madeleine's accounts of Enzo's abuse were substantiated in court by her own sister, a maid who had worked for her and Enzo, and her physician. These are the accounts that include the charges that Madeleine put forth against Enzo when she filed for her divorce. The first sign of trouble occurred only 7 months into the marriage in June of 1934, when Enzo wanted $50,000. Madeleine didn't give him the money he wanted, so in response, he left her. Left their home in New York City altogether. He went off gallivanting in several places with several women. At least one of those places was California. He returned home when he was ready. Early the next year, in 1935, more than half a year later. Then, who can forget their magical reconciliation after he ran away from her? Or so he thought, only to find that she had made her way onto his escape cruise to Italy. Well, the papers printed the story of how they got back together, but in court, Madeleine told what the reporters didn't know. Quote, "The reconciliation was short-lived, the divorce papers showed yesterday. For on the boat, Enzo committed sundry acts of extreme cruelty. He on several occasions struck the plaintiff, knocking her down. Mrs. Fiermonte related that she was ill at the time, and her illness was augmented by his acts of violence." End quote. Then, while they were in Italy, when Madeleine shelled out an extra $17,000 on top of the $10,000 that she had already paid in order to, quote-unquote, keep Enzo, yes, on that same trip, he left her at their hotel in Naples while he went out with other women. That was the same time in Europe that Enzo and Madeleine fled their hotel because his first wife came looking for him and raising hell at their hotel because she wanted him back. You might remember that Enzo and Madeleine took his new sports car to France. And that made for a cute little romantic story to put in the newspapers. But here's what happened while they were there. Quote, "While in Paris, they went to a rustic restaurant 60 miles out from the metropolis. Enzo left her and drove away in their car. Night fell. Mrs. Fiermonte had no idea how to get back to Paris, and finally began making inquiries. At this juncture, her complaint narrated, the defendant returned, became enraged because she had spoken to anyone about being stranded, knocked her down, breaking her right wrist." End quote. This whole time that she had been fighting Enzo's first wife to get custody, if you will, of Enzo, Enzo was beating her and cheating on her. Did she just need to have a win against his first wife for the sake of her ego? Anyway, then, in Nice, he deserted her once again, not at a restaurant this time, on the waterfront. When he finally drove up to get her, he was teasing her, making her follow the car. You know the thing where someone comes to open the car door, then the driver scoots the car up just enough so that the person trying to get in can't grab the handle to open the door? That's what he was doing. And she testified that it went on until she had walked quite a distance. The following summer, the couple returned to the United States and lived in New York, Hot Springs, and Charleston, and in all three places the beatings continued, or as the Daily News described them, ring caresses. But this is what led up to what Madeleine called a grand assault in Newport, Rhode Island. The Fiamontes were visiting Madeleine's sister, Catherine. She was also a socialite who had married a rich man. They all went to a dance together. Then, according to Madeleine and her sister, when they returned to their room, Enzo, completely unprovoked, struck Madeleine after having had a night out that everyone agreed was just a really nice time. This time he was said to have knocked her down and bruised her. I find it odd that she called this the grand assault, considering that up until this point he had already broken her arm and broken her wrist. Because I do see Madeleine as someone who had an ego problem, I wonder if this occasion was the grand assault, as she put it, because it happened in front of people she knew, people in front of whom she had been pretending that her marriage with Enzo was a happy one. Then, she didn't even go into details about almost the whole year of 1937. She just said that he had become exceedingly unpleasant, striking her often and being otherwise cruel. But there was one date that she called out specifically, which clearly was her breaking point, a date in 1937. Here is what the Daily News printed, quote, "On August 4th, 1937, the warring pair sailed for Europe again. In Paris, Enzo beat her inhumanly, demanding money, claiming she had neglected to pay his monthly cash allowance. Her long-suffering endurance of his conduct was finally exhausted, and after a trip to Vienna, she returned to the United States alone." End quote. Enzo didn't even bother showing up to court to deny the allegations on his own behalf. By Madeleine's day in court, Enzo's attorney had already made arrangements for Enzo to receive roughly 1/3 of a severance settlement that she had promised to pay him. So he was living it up in France with some women who were in his car when he crashed it. We'll get to that. But many of the newspapers ran the stories of Madeleine's divorce and Enzo's car crash side by side on the same pages, some even joking that it was good that he had the rest of Madeleine's settlement money coming his way because he would need to use most of it to pay off the victims that he had injured with his reckless driving. Yes, there was a severance package that no attorney, no judge, or any jury required her to pay Enzo. Even with all of these allegations claimed against him, she still sent him off with a severance package, a final settlement of $150,000, which is equivalent to roughly $3.2 million today. Was this one last attempt to buy his love? Maybe, but it really did seem like she just wanted to be done. And now that Enzo had such a big chunk of her money, he seemed to be okay with being done. He'd never had so much of Madeleine's money at one time. She would spend money on him, but not give it to him. She'd buy him whatever he wanted. For instance, when she purchased her home on 600 acres in South Carolina, he wanted a few minor upgrades, a tennis court, a dog racing track, a yacht dock, and a skeet field. She willingly granted him all of those luxuries, anything that he could enjoy at home with her. He was given expensive gifts and allowances of thousands of dollars at a time in the past, but with this small fortune, this $150,000 settlement from Madeleine, he could finally break away, stop pretending he loved Madeleine, and do what and who he wanted. And that's just what he did, and didn't waste any time doing it. Enzo got out of New York and went back to Europe. This time, he didn't have to sneak away like a thief in the night, and Madeleine didn't follow him to surprise him this time either. He was living it up in France with as many women as he wanted to see. Madeleine was finally done with him. But guess who wasn't? Tosca, wife number 1. As is told in a Brooklyn Daily Eagle story from 1938, appropriately titled Waiting Wife. At this point, Enzo was being called a motor car speedster boxer. Well, we know that he liked to speed and box the people who reported on it, so I guess that's fair. Now, this was all literally happening at the same time that Madeleine was being granted her divorce from Enzo. Tosca declared to the press that Enzo was the only man she ever loved or will love, and she said that she'd be happy to take him back after he was done having his fun with other women. Well, it's good that she knew that she would need to wait her turn, because either on the day or the day after the divorce was finalized, Enzo was in the papers because he was driving his sports car in France in a village near Dijon with not 1, not 2, but 3 women. Unfortunately for one of those young beauties, she was injured in a car accident that Enzo caused when he was speeding and crashed his sporty car right into a tree, causing the car to overturn, thus injuring Marion Whitworth, a 26-year-old actress whose brother had died years before in an auto accident. This accident earned him another prison sentence. And knowing all of that, wife number 1 still wanted him back. Well, that car wreck was on him and had nothing to do with Madeleine. She had divorced him and even paid him well after she had suffered years of beatings. So that would be it, right? Wrong. The very next year, in 1939, Enzo would serve her one more blow, but it wouldn't come from his fist this time, though she probably would have preferred a punch instead of what he did. Before spring could even get underway, Enzo had sold the story of his marriage to a publication called True Story magazine. Every embarrassing detail of how Madeleine had been a fool for him, how she paid to keep him because she didn't think that she could get anybody else, how she knew that her looks were fading, how she knew that other women wanted her husband, and how she knew that other women were having her husband, and how she felt too insecure to compete with them because she had lost her beauty. All of it was available for the world to read in the February, March, and April issues of True Story in a series called Kept Husband. It was labeled as, quote, one of the most startling and illuminating commentaries on life among the idle rich ever written, end quote. And Madeleine couldn't take it. Whatever people had only suspected before, they now knew. It was what they had imagined and worse. The little bit of a reputation she had was now in shambles. She slipped into a deep depression, and she wanted to end her life. She grew more and more dependent on prescription drugs throughout 1939. The following year, in January of 1940, she left her home in Charleston to go back to Palm Beach. In what had been a life full of trips, that would be her last one. On March 27th of the same year, she died at the age of 46. Very close to the age of her husband who had died on the Titanic, John Jacob Astor was 47. Her official cause of death was heart failure, but her friends believed that she had intentionally overdosed on pills. Her estate was worth $1.1 million when she died, and that was split equally between the 2 sons she had with her second husband, William Carl Dick. She figured that John Jacob Astor, the Titanic baby, would have had more than he needed from the trust that his father's Titanic death had left him. As for her final husband, Enzo Fioramonte's words on her death, quote, Madeleine carried her doubts with her always, like her pearls. End quote. Okay, whatever that means. He went on to live out his dreams. He wanted to be an actor, and he appeared in over 100 movies and TV shows from the 1940s until the 1980s. Now, I don't know any of the films listed in his IMDb profile. Some of them are Italian, but I see that among dozens of roles, he played military men of various ranks, a boxer, a character named Enzo, and even Al Capone. How's that for life?
Why an 80-year-old woman would want a facelift is beyond me. For what? So she can look 70? Now there's an improvement. Women.
In God's eyes, all children are beautiful, but here on earth, we have higher standards. That is a quote from Stephen Colbert. I admit that it's not the nicest saying I've ever heard. But when it comes to today's subject, Doris Duke, it seems that a lot of men in her day would have applied this phrase to her. She was always remarked upon for her extreme wealth, and often remarked upon for never being the prettiest girl in the room. Well, without the help of plastic surgery and extreme procedures, we can't really change how our faces look, so maybe it's not fair to judge one for being ugly on the outside. But what about being ugly on the inside? Is that off limits? I don't think so, and by the time that I get to the end of this story, you might feel the same as I do if you don't already. You decide for yourself as we get into the life of Doris Duke. When she was born, the press called her the $1 million baby. Her father was one of the richest tobacco men in the world. She grew up with all of the trappings of extreme wealth, with luxuries most people could only imagine. Many might have thought that because of her daddy's fortune, that her life was perfect. Well, if it was, we wouldn't be talking about it on this channel. How boring. But today's subject, Doris Duke, heiress to the Duke family fortune. She had a full bank account, but a rather empty life because she couldn't trust many of the people in it. Here she was, this woman who, because of her great fortune, was in full control of her life. So how did she ever get to the point that a servant took control of her? Her butler, of all people. What's a girl to do when she's got a lot of dollars, but only a few friends? Most of the time, she'll do whatever she wants, with little consequence to pay, even if it's killing a man, which she did. But that one action doesn't sum up her entire life. And what a fascinating life it was. This is the story of a woman who had money coming out of the wazoo, 2 gold-digging husbands, a violent sugar baby boyfriend, and a homicide that she got away with, at least according to one detailed investigation. Fascinating, but a hot mess. Just the way we like it. Let's get into it. On November 22nd, 1912, Doris was born to parents Madeleine and James Duke. Her mother, Madeleine, was a widow from Atlanta, Georgia. Doris's father was her second husband. She was a typical Gilded Age wife who helped her husband navigate through society life in ways that would benefit him and his business. She spent a lot of money furnishing the family's home in New York and their summer home in Newport, Rhode Island. By the time she was done, she had a real art collection full of museum-worthy pieces. Doris's father was James Duke, a millionaire tobacco baron. He had also been married before, but he divorced his first wife after a brief marriage. James made his money farming tobacco and mass-producing cigarettes. By the 1880s, while in his late 20s, he was furnishing half the country's total production of cigarettes. Alongside his brother, Benjamin, James co-founded the Southern Power Company, which still exists today in North Carolina as Duke Energy. And it was within the service area of the energy company that James Duke focused his philanthropic efforts, which were very specific in regards to which people and institutions would receive monetary donations. Most people who know anything at all about the Duke family know that Duke University was named after Doris's family, mainly because of her grandfather, Washington Duke, who had poured a lot of money into a Quaker and Methodist-related institution called Trinity College. Washington Duke helped the school to relocate from Randolph County to Durham, North Carolina in 1892. The president of Trinity College insisted on rechartering the school as Duke University in honor of Washington Duke and the entire Duke family. But the university was only one of many places that received funds from the Dukes. The Duke brothers had been reared as Methodists and practiced financial stewardship in the manner that they learned from their religious faith. James made it his business to give to people who were impoverished and overlooked. And in 1924, he established the Duke Endowment, a trust he would use to provide financial help to those in need in the Carolinas. He sent his money to nonprofit hospitals and orphanages for Black children and white children. This was the 1920s, and the orphanages definitely would have been segregated. His money also went to small Methodist churches, retired Methodist preachers, and 3 universities: Furman University in South Carolina and Johnson C. Smith University and Davidson College, both in North Carolina. It might seem odd that his Christian faith was so important to him, yet he sold cigarettes, which most people associate more with sin or as being a vice. And in the time of James Duke, the only women who smoked cigarettes were women of ill repute. Smoking wasn't looked down on as badly for men. Nevertheless, tobacco was just the family business. They say that if you want to know what a man values, you can look at where his money goes. It seems pretty clear that James valued his Methodist faith and North and South Carolina, the states where his family made their generational wealth. His next generation was the only child he and Madeleine had together, Doris. From the day that Doris Duke was born, she was famous. Her family's money alone made her a newsworthy object, and from day one she was dubbed the richest girl in the world. Before she could even grasp what that meant, Doris was featured in newspapers all across the country, and stories doing things that you would imagine rich little girls did. For instance, she was going on 3 years old when she was photographed for being the flower girl in a high society wedding. The wedding was in June, and the papers were all writing that she was 3. She wouldn't turn 3 until the end of November, but the mistake was understandable because Doris was so tall for her age. I mean, she stood 6 feet tall by the time of her debutante ball in 1930. Though, as a 2.5-year-old, she was photographed from the back, and it was her cousin's wedding, Doris was the star of the show, and the news articles started off with talk about Doris. Mary L. Duke was marrying Anthony Drexel Biddle Jr., and the only thing about their union that matters for the context of this story is that there was a lot of money marrying a lot of money. So it only made sense that the richest little girl in the world would be the flower girl at this event. When Doris wasn't out doing society events as a toddler, she was at Duke Farms, her father's New Jersey estate that sat on 2,700 beautiful acres. But her social calendar was relatively full. The year following her cousin's birthday party in 1916, when she was 4, Doris's picture was in the papers again, when she attended a birthday party for her 1-year-old cousin, Angier Duke, who was called the host of his 1-year birthday party. The table was full of children whose parents had big names and bigger money, like Letta Clues. I plan to cover her uncle in an upcoming story, but back to Doris, rich girl activities as you would expect. So many of the facets of her life revolved around her family's money. That would become painfully evident when Doris was 12 years old and her father died. From that point, she would have to grow up quickly and start making some adult decisions. because the moment her father died, the young heiress became a millionaire. Surely her father, James, understood the gravity of her new fortune, for he left these last words to his daughter: "Trust no one." If Doris had taken heed to those words, this would be a very short video. Instead, we will discuss a number of people she trusted, whom she probably should have not, and a time or two that Doris herself should not have been trusted. When James Duke died in 1925, his estimated net worth was roughly $100 million. Adjusted for inflation, that's the buying power of a bit more than $1.7 billion today in 2024. Now, all of that money didn't go to Doris. And what she got, she didn't get all at once. Some of that fortune went to Madeleine, Doris's mother, and some of it went to the Duke endowment. With the money matters surrounding her father's death, Doris had to become an adult practically overnight. And at the age of only 14, she had to sue her mother. The lawsuit had to do with real estate that James Duke had owned. Doris's mother wanted to sell his Manhattan mansion, and Doris didn't want her to. So, with the help of her guardian, Doris sued her mother and other executors of her father's will, and she won. The 14-year-old Doris Duke, who had a net worth of $2 million in her own right, was now the owner of a mansion worth $1.6 million and all of its contents. And you know that they didn't furnish that place with wares from Woolworth. It was full of priceless art and furnishings that would only increase in value. So what Doris won was worth way more than the $1.6 million price tag on the house. Her next monumental newsworthy moment happened in 1930, when Doris turned 18. It was time for her debutante ball. These still exist today in America, but mostly for younger children around 13, and they have more to do with etiquette and manners. In Doris's time, the debutante ball was all about being presented to high society as a young woman who was worthy for marriage and in search of a high society eligible bachelor, hopefully as rich or richer than she was. Well, Doris would have had a hard time finding a match who had as much money as she did. She was the richest girl who came out in her season. She came out the same year as Barbara Woolworth Hutton, who was also very rich, but not as rich as Doris. Doris was the richest. Barbara was the prettiest, according to all of the papers. The two young women had known each other for most of their lives and had been friends. But as they got older, things that gossip reporters wrote and romantic partners would come between the two ladies. Many of you have asked me to make a video about their feud after seeing my video about Barbara Hutton, and I will make that video. But first, I thought that it was important for us to get to know Doris a little more deeply. So back to her debutante experience. And I have to correct myself and call it that because Doris Duke was presented to society on 3 separate occasions when she turned 18. The first time was at her family summer home called Rough Point in Newport, Rhode Island. The second time was in London, the coming out presentation at Buckingham Palace, where she curtsied to King George and Queen Mary. And the third and final ball was back at home in New York. Of all of the qualities and characteristics that were written about her as to why she would make a suitable match, Doris's money and material possessions were always the main focus. For most of the other young women, it was about how beautiful they were and how charming they were. Over and over, news columnists wrote about Doris's $100 million, her mansions in New York and New Jersey, her private Pullman car that had her name gilded on the side of it, her cars and her horses. And oh yeah, she liked to swim and play tennis, but who cared about that stuff? She was filthy rich. But one thing that I also saw highlighted from time to time was that neither Doris nor her mother flashed their wealth. Of course, she had expensive things, but she was never showy. For instance, on one of the voyages that she and her mother made to Europe, writers remarked that the ladies booked first-class rooms, but Not the biggest and most ostentatious cabins on board, even though they certainly could have afforded them. Doris seemed to live in this type of practical manner for a good portion of her life, which set her apart from most heirs and heiresses of her time. Usually, the parents or grandparents would make the fortune, and the children, or maybe the grandchildren, if the money lasted long enough, would spend it and never increase it. Doris was the exact opposite. She multiplied her father's wealth throughout her lifetime. This was all the more impressive when you consider that Doris came into more and more of her father's money during the Great Depression, a time when even men who had been rich for decades experienced financial ruin. And the Great Depression was the backdrop for Doris's debutante balls. There was poverty all about the nation, and poor Americans were finding it hard to get into a celebratory mood for the daughters of the families who they felt were hoarding the country's wealth. I'm sure that most of us who enjoy this side of history know exactly what the Great Depression was, but briefly for those who don't, it was the most severe and longest economic downturn that the world had ever faced. Many in the country lined up at soup kitchens to get free meals. Homeless people slept under what was called Hoover blankets. That was the newspaper or cardboard that they were able to find on the streets. And a lot of people who weren't homeless weren't faring much better than those who were. If they were lucky enough to not have to sleep under cardboard, they might have been so poor that they still needed cardboard, but to use as the soles of their shoes. So I'm sure that we can all imagine how much they cared about uber-rich girls like Doris Duke spending thousands of dollars on parties, food, and fancy gowns. But it wasn't just the poor and homeless people who were against Doris. So were some members of the press. Kind of. For instance, on June 27, 1930, the Daily News had printed a story about a number of the debutantes of that season. The story ended with a warning for Doris, but a bit of an insult. She was told to beware of fortune hunters. She, in particular, because she had the biggest fortune and would therefore be the biggest target. Then, there was a warning about those fortune hunters who were told that Doris had common sense and an education and, quote, a chin of such strength and determination as to prove her ability to care for herself. Zoinks. Doris actually had a long, strong, pronounced chin, a facial feature that she did not admire in herself. Fellas, lean in closely. I have something very important to tell you. If you meet a woman who you like, and her chin is as strong as Mike Tyson was in the 1990s, even if you love it, compliment her on something else. Women generally don't like to be told that we have strong facial features or Jay Leno chins. This public service announcement has been brought to you by me. Now, in 1933, when Doris turned 21, she got a big installment of her daddy's money, $10 million. She would receive 2 more payments from the trust when she turned 25 and 30. But at the age of 21, she had a lot of what most people didn't. Cash. It was still the early stages of the Great Depression, and at a time when even $1,000 would have been life-changing money, Doris wasn't exactly happy about receiving this $10 million. And as the Daily News wrote about it, her inheritance was the only thing that people should have held against her. Quote, "There's no reason why anybody should have anything whatever against Doris Duke, except the $50 million she didn't do a thing to get, except to be born." End quote. But as for Doris, having her fortune made her paranoid and unhappy. She felt like people were always watching her, looking for an opportunity to steal from her. She would walk the streets of New York in disguise. Doris took joy from philanthropy at an early age. And there were a few poor families she would take care of. She would often visit them to give them money. She was almost always incognito. The only reason that word got out about her charity to these families is that private detectives were always following Doris and reporting her every move. It's kind of sad that she wanted to give privately, But even that kind gesture was ruined because some people were obsessed with knowing her every move. But even when Doris showed up to society functions where she knew cameras would certainly be, she shied away from having her photos taken. She simply did not like the spotlight. She would duck and dodge and hide her face when she saw news cameras. And even at home, she would receive crank letters that sent her into such a tizzy that her mom would have to take her out of the country on long ocean voyages. But that didn't stop their private detectives from following her. Whether she wanted to be one or not, Doris was a celebrity. Simply being a multimillionaire made people celebrities back then. And because she was so rich and most people were so poor, it was in fashion to hate her. When she wasn't being stalked by fortune hunters, the press, and private detectives, she had to put up with disturbing letters at home. The papers back then called them crank letters, and it's used kind of the same way that we might say prank letters today. The letters were from anonymous people threatening bodily harm and worse to Doris if she didn't send them lots of money. And there was never just one letter. There were always several at a time. But these kinds of letters weren't anything new. Not so well-off people had always tried to trick rich people into sending them money. So why was Doris having mental episodes over these so-called crank letters? Because of the Charles Lindbergh Jr. kidnapping. Many of us know this story, but some of us don't, so briefly. Charles Lindbergh Jr. was a baby who was abducted from the home of his wealthy parents in New Jersey just months before he turned 2 years old. Though no motive was ever clearly established, the thought was that the kidnapper's motive was ransom. He wanted to be paid in exchange for the return of the child. Unfortunately, the child did not survive. His corpse was found a few miles from his home, and a German immigrant named Bruno Hauptmann was charged and convicted of the kidnapping and death. He was sentenced to death and maintained his innocence even until the day that he had to sit in the electric chair. After consuming so many stories about the poor Lindbergh child, Doris was afraid that someone wanting money would possibly kidnap and kill her too. Her mother was afraid of this possibility as well, so she often lied about Doris's actual net worth, claiming that it was much lower than it really was. And I'm getting ahead of the story here, but Doris had this fear for the rest of her life and kept money set aside for ransom until the day that she died. Now, I don't know how helpful her mother's lies would have been. No, Doris doesn't have $50 million in the bank, she only has $20 million. Like, lady, that's still a lot of money. It didn't matter what she said. The press just wouldn't allow her to rewrite history about her husband's enormous fortune, even for the sake of protecting her daughter. Papers would print over and over what had been public knowledge at the time of James Duke's death, and that was that he had left behind over $100 million. But was the story of the Lindbergh baby lingering in Doris's mind the only reason that she couldn't enjoy her wealth? Maybe it was something else that her father had said just before his passing. We know that he told her to trust no one, and that statement alone can add a sense of paranoia to daily living. But he also said this, quote, "Nothing makes people unhappier than luxury. Satisfied ambition is an awful thing. How can you be happy if you are not busy?" End quote. Could her socialite lifestyle have been a contributing factor to Doris's unhappy days? If it was, she set out to fix that in her early adult life. She spent hours learning, whether it was reading, swimming, or horseback riding, just learning something new, learning how to do something. She didn't just sit at home in her fine dresses waiting for the next party invitation to arrive in the mail. And she didn't spend her time and money shopping for things that she didn't need just because she could, just because she had the money. Doris's father had a complicated relationship with money, but it worked for him, and Doris seemed to understand it as she got older. James Duke always wanted his daughter to be financially secure, but he also did his best to see to it that money didn't make a difference to her. So her self-worth would never be tied to how much money was in her trust or in her bank account. And it really seems like he achieved that balance for her with his teachings, even long after his death. Doris studied French and Italian, rode her horses, danced, attended Bible school, and did all that she could to fill her days and not be one of the idle rich. All of the wild spending, partying, and drinking that took place in the Roaring '20s, all of the things that were associated with the flapper girls, all of that was stuff that Doris had completely missed. She wasn't introduced to anyone on the so-called party scene until she had her debutante ball, and she wasn't impressed with any of it. Doris was a homebody. She grew up rather sheltered, and she seemed to like her life that way. Her mother had kept her so far removed from the party life that by the time she was introduced to it, the other young people in her set thought that Doris was stuck up because they didn't know her and she kept it to herself. She wasn't doing it to be snooty. She was just really shy, and she had very few friends. The few who were rather close to her called her Dee Dee. And Doris was especially shy around boys. She had no close male friends and certainly no boyfriends. She was never around boys or young men until she was presented on those 3 debutante society occasions in 1930. And by the time she was around young men who were looking to court young women and then marry them, she just wasn't what they were interested in. Her father's advice to trust no one came in handy when she was presented in London, because there she was surrounded by fortune hunters with noble titles and not a penny to their names. Her wariness of people paid off for her big time in that situation. Doris had always been cautious of people who tried to make fast friends with her, and that London crowd was full of bright-eyed men with empty pockets who were competing for her attention that season. Her father's words stayed with her. Now, I know that I've already told you that Doris wasn't big on shopping, and as a rule, that was true. But there were a couple of exceptions. She did like to shop when she was in London and Paris. Not so that she could spend a lot of money on foreign designer goods. She liked shopping there because she was not as well known, and she felt like she was charged fair prices for what she bought. But a fair price wasn't enough for Doris. When she found something that she liked, she would negotiate down to the price that she wanted to pay. She knew how to hold on to her money. Here's how she talked about it. Quote, "I wish I could go into a store and shop for things just as any other girl. When people know who you are, prices usually go up twice as much. People wouldn't have money long if they didn't ask how much things cost and then refuse to buy half of them." End quote. Sounds like she had her head on straight to me. Once she was introduced to the party scene of the 1930s wealthy set, she didn't hate it altogether. Doris really liked to dance. That was an acceptable way for her to meet young men. But even that was a little difficult for Doris because of her height. Remember, Doris was 6 feet tall. And you know that everything was about order and being just right back in her time. Suitable men weren't supposed to be shorter than their dance partners. Poor Doris. Her pool of eligible bachelors just seemed to get smaller and smaller. If they weren't tall enough, their money wasn't long enough. And then there was Barbara Hutton, the pretty one. The 2 young ladies both came out to society in the same year. Barbara got married shortly after she came out. She was again the second richest one, as the newspapers always called it. Second to Doris in finances, but first to all of the debutantes that year in the looks department. And where beauty was concerned, she beat Doris by a mile. And the newspapers of the day would always pit the 2 against each other. So, in a story about how Doris Duke was the richest poor girl in the world, because she feared everyone and was afraid to date and marry, it had to be mentioned that Doris was already married to a prince. This comparison of the young ladies eventually went from the papers and into their real-life interactions with each other. but we'll talk about the feud between the richest, Doris Duke, and the prettiest, Barbara Hutton, in another video. Doris's personal life was rather boring, but because she was of age and in the matrimonial market, and nobody had a clue of what her marital plans were, that mystery made Doris interesting to the news media, so they continued to write about her, even when there were no updates. The world would just have to watch her have a little fun traveling and buying fine art until she settled down and found a mate. And she did that in 1935 when she married James R. Cromwell. James was a businessman, diplomat, and an author of books about economics. Doris had been friends with him for 6 years and somehow managed to keep their friendship and budding romance out of the press. So it turns out that her boring teen life wasn't as boring as everyone thought it was. He was older and more experienced than Doris. When they married, she was 23 and he was 38, which means that they started their secret friendship when she was only 17 and he was 32. That seems inappropriate to me, but let me know what you think about it. In addition to their 15-year age gap, James had already been married before. The year before he started his friendship with Doris, he had gotten divorced from his first wife, who was also an heiress, Delphine Dodge, whose father was one of the co-founders of the Dodge Motor Company. James and Delphine had one child together, a daughter. That seems like a lot for a young, first-time bride to take on, the age gap and becoming an instant stepmother. But Doris loved James. She was willing to make it work. The wedding ceremony itself was almost as much of a secret as their prior 6-year friendship turned romance had been. Actually, by the time that the wedding made headlines, it was reported that the 6-year friendship had been a romance the whole time. The wedding took place at the mansion that Doris had sued her mother for when she was 14. Interesting note about their vows. The word obey was completely omitted. Doris and James agreed to love, honor, and protect each other. Immediately after the ceremony, they set sail for their honeymoon, which was to last for 3 months. Though their travel plans were made in secret, meaning that their names were not on the passenger list, they only had a limited amount of secrecy during their travels. There were news reporters on board, and they wanted interviews with the newlyweds. Doris didn't allow any interviews, but she did consent to pose for a photo in her stateroom with her husband. James gave a little more and agreed to a couple of interviews, and it was in one of these onboard interviews that he revealed the couple's 6-year friendship was always more than that. As he said, quote, "Our romance has been going on for 6 years. We met at Bar Harbor in the summer of 1929, end quote. He also admitted that they never got engaged because he said neither of us believed in it. Now, when I read this, that he didn't believe in engagements, I just didn't believe it. So I went to see if I could prove myself right or wrong. Just remember that I said this. But I'm jumping ahead of myself. We're still in the honeymoon phase of the Doris and James union. Which brings me back to his newspaper interviews. He also let the reporters know their honeymoon plans, a trip around the world, starting with Egypt. The final detail of importance James spilled was that he and Doris didn't know where they would live. The gossip writers speculated that it would be Manhattan, but they were wrong. Doris and James made their home in Hawaii. It was their favorite destination on their honeymoon, so they planned to make a beautiful life there. Their Hawaiian home was called Shangri-La. It was a stately concrete structure of Moroccan and Persian architecture set on 4 acres of palm trees. It had only 5 rooms, but also a swimming pool, playhouse, yacht basin, and tennis court. At Shangri-La, James would write his books, and Doris would entertain herself by fishing, swimming, and reading. Even at this juncture in her life, it was the simple things that mattered to her. And I think that Doris is building that home with James is a partial testament to how much she trusted him. Just 2 years after they got married, Doris received another huge payment from her trust. It seems as though she felt safe to share her vast fortune with James. But the public didn't seem to agree with Doris about the trustworthiness of her husband. He had branded himself as a money reformer in the political world, taking the stance that the wealthy should willingly share their money with people who have much less. And boy, oh boy, did the papers have a good time with that. Like, yeah, we bet that you do believe that people who have more money should give you some. I mean, it wasn't like James was poor, but he didn't come from Duke money. Nobody had Duke dollars. And as far as his trustworthiness and intentions with Doris were concerned, his previous marriage to an heiress didn't help his case. It made him look like a fortune hunter. Nevertheless, it wasn't up to the public or the papers to decide whether or not Doris should trust her husband, and she decided to stand by her man. The couple became political and supported President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his New Deal, and it appears that that support was rewarded in the form of a post for James. In 1940, President Roosevelt appointed him to the position of United States Ambassador to Canada. But he wouldn't stay there long, only 142 days, after which James resigned from that post so that he could return to the United States to run for a spot in the Senate in New Jersey. Those kinds of campaigns are rarely inexpensive, and there's no doubt that some of Doris's money was used to help him win. But he lost. And that wasn't the only loss that the couple would face. In 1940, while James was on the campaign trail, the future was looking bright for the Cromwells. In July, James was on his way to Chicago to attend the Democratic National Convention. Doris was at home in Hawaii, pregnant with the couple's first child. She had made plans to return to New Jersey in October to have the baby and to set up care for a number of British refugee children. Well, Doris wouldn't get to make that important trip to New Jersey. Just days before the kickoff of the political festivities in Chicago on July 11th, Doris gave birth to their only child, a little girl. She was born at 3 p.m., 3 months prematurely, and she weighed only 3 pounds. The baby girl died after only 25 hours of living. Her name was Arden. Her name will come up later in this story. What we need to know now is probably what you have been expecting to hear, that the other shoe dropped and James filed for divorce. Not only that, he proved the general public and press right when he asked for a parting gift from his wife. He wanted $1 million. Well, Doris may have been a naive young woman when she married him, but she didn't take his $1 million request lying down, and that probably shouldn't have been a surprise to James or anyone for that matter. After all, this is the same Doris who sued her own mother and won when she was just 14. And of course, Doris had the best legal team that money could buy. One of her attorneys referred to James as a male gold digger who was trying to work $1 million shakedown on Doris. And here's what he meant by that. James filed for divorce first. Then Doris tried to trump him and file for a divorce in Reno, not where they got married. You can imagine that the legal proceedings were crazy, but in the midst of it all, James threatened Doris. He said that he was going to write a tell-all book about her. Not only that, he was going to conduct a series of lectures based on this tell-all book, this expose on his soon-to-be ex-wife. So, if she didn't want the world to know about all of her dirty little secrets, she needed to fork over the dough to her old hubby. The whole situation was dirty. James even had his lawyers in on it. One of them, Saul Rosenblatt, made the public statement that he had been able to prevent Jimmy from publishing this book, but he didn't know how much longer he would be able to control his client. He went on to say that a settlement was what he preferred rather than a messy litigation. When Doris's attorneys asked him what figure he had in mind, That's when Saul said that around $1 million would be good for his client. After Doris stopped laughing, she and her attorneys told Jimmy/James to bring it on. Go ahead and write your little book, because Doris had nothing to hide. Now, even though they didn't think that Jimmy deserved $1 million, they thought that he deserved something. A little something. Here's how Doris's attorney, Perkins, put it in a 1944 edition of the Daily News. Quote, "While in our opinion, some small settlement to Mr. Cromwell on his nuisance value was advisable, we had no idea of recommending anything like the amount suggested." End quote. Nuisance value, my. The truth is, that's just what he had become to Doris at this point, a nuisance. But according to Jimmy and his attorneys, this divorce filing and request for $1 million wasn't about the money, even though he was literally asking for money. He wanted it to be known that he, quote, refused to be abused as a tool and a pawn by the rulers of the Duke millions, end quote. Sure, Jimmy. I don't think that he had a problem with any of that when the Duke millions were supporting his failed Senate run, but a fella's allowed to change his mind. In order to get the public on Jimmy's side, one of his attorneys decided to release this little statement, quote, "It may interest the public to know that Mr. Cromwell is a far poorer man today than when he married Doris Duke." End quote. I'm sure that you can imagine that nobody cared. So here's how the divorce went and what came out about their horrible marriage. Doris accused James of what she called persistent and systematic mental and physical cruelty. She said that throughout the course of their marriage, he had made several attempts to take or try to get her to give him large sums of money, ranging from $1 million to $7 million. Rather than making any effort at reconciliation, the only communication that James had with Doris was to demand money from her, whether it was for his political campaign or personal expenses. And there it was. Her father's words came back to bite her in the behind. Trust no one. She should not have trusted James. He only married her for her money. The only thing that Doris wanted was her name, Duke, and she wanted that from the court. She wanted nothing from James. Frankly, James didn't have anything to give to her. Well, Judge William McKnight gave Doris exactly what she wanted, her name back and a divorce decree. She won by default because James never showed up. The hearing lasted only 8 minutes, and that might have been 7 minutes more than the judge needed. He granted the divorce on the grounds of extreme cruelty and 3 years separation. James had been desperately pushing for his divorce filing in New Jersey. But the whole time that he and Doris had been living separately, he was living in Washington, D.C. So, as the Reno judge saw it, James had no right to demand that Doris show up for a hearing in New Jersey. The judge called out James Cromwell's actions as, quote, a sham and an attempt on the part of the defendant to perpetrate a fraud on the courts of New Jersey, end quote. Doris was so overwhelmed with joy when it was over that she cried out, "It's wonderful," as she shook the judge's hand. But James didn't want it to be over. He wanted to win. He was determined to have his case heard in New Jersey. He didn't think that it was fair that she got her divorce in Reno because she wasn't a bona fide resident of Reno. Well, hello, pot, meet kettle. Because James clearly wasn't a bona fide resident of New Jersey. Nevertheless, he and his lawyers attempted to block Doris's divorce by getting a permanent injunction in New Jersey that restrained Doris from getting this divorce in Reno. But what was he going to do? Out-lawyer the richest girl in the world with his broke ass? Good luck with that. His being broke really did matter as far as their marriage and divorce were concerned. For during their marriage, Doris received the second and third installments of her multi-million-dollar inheritance, and James felt entitled to some of that money. Now, if you've been around since I've been doing these kinds of stories that allow me to look back at old newspapers, you've heard me say that I appreciate that there was no such thing as political correctness when it came to what these news reporters would write back in these times. And I like that. I like it because it gives us a better look at what people were really thinking and how people really talked in those days. It makes the stories come alive, and it makes the people more relatable, in my opinion. And sometimes, it makes these stories a little more funny. As a quick side note, I'm bringing up why I like the lack of political correctness in these stories, again, because a couple of people assume that if I don't like political correctness in news writing, then it must mean that I like the N-word. Now, if that's where your mind goes when I say that I appreciate the straightforward writing styles of yesteryear, seek help. But back to Doris's divorce. This part is what made me think of the whole political correctness / they would never be able to get away with this today thing. In the writing about Doris's court victory, someone felt the need to tell the readers of the Daily News this, quote, Doris was dressed in a blue wool ensemble. She wore no hat and very little makeup. She was accompanied by her secretary, 250-pound Miss Marian Tashal, known here as one who thinks and speaks for Doris Duke Cromwell, end quote. Now, why on God's green earth did anyone need to know how much Doris's secretary weighed? And who verified that? These are the moments that I'm talking about. Can you imagine someone writing that today? They would be in the unemployment line, fired for fat shaming. Anyway, Jimmy would eventually get his day in court, but it wasn't really of any consequence to Doris. She was, for all intents and purposes, divorced. She started living her life. She even started working at a real job. In March of 1947, Doris went to work for the popular women's magazine, Harper's Bazaar. She worked as a writer, earning a whopping $50 per week. Clearly, this gig wasn't about the money. Her $100 million fortune had only increased by this point, but the job gave her purpose. That was what she wanted. And Jimmy Cromwell finally got what he wanted on April 9th, 1948. Kind of. They were already divorced, per the terms of Doris's Reno court action. So he clearly wanted some money, and he got some, but not nearly as much as he wanted. He walked away from the richest girl in the world with an extra $350,000. That was it. He got his money on April 9th, right? Well, on April 24th, he married his third wife. I guess that he needed some of Doris's money in order to properly get on with his life and pay for the wedding. Now remember that James didn't believe in getting engaged, right? This is a side note, but when I looked to find out who his third wife was, guess what I found out? They were engaged before they got married. This 1948 issue of Shamokin News, I think that's how you say it, Shamokin, however you say it, they shared a detail that was smoking hot, to me anyway, when he was getting ready to marry his third wife. Only 2 weeks after his divorce to Doris had been finalized, an announcement was made before the wedding because why? The couple was engaged. His new bride's mother announced the engagement, so it turns out that he did believe in engagements after all. Knowing this detail makes it look like he thought that Doris was an easy target from day one. Did he not believe in getting engaged, or did he not want to announce his plans to marry the then underage girl because the rest of the world would have been able to see right through him? Let me know what you think about that. But by this time in her life, Doris wasn't that same young, naive girl anymore, and she was ready to move on to her next romance too. Little did Doris know that she was jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire with her next and final husband. In May of 1947, just a couple of months into her new job, Harper's Bazaar sent Doris out on assignment to Rome. Her task was to interview the French actress Danielle Darieux. The interview took place in Danielle's hotel room. Danielle's husband joined the ladies. Danielle's husband was Porfirio Rubirosa. Maybe no one in the room knew it during the magazine interview, but Rubirosa would become Doris's second husband not long after the ink was dry on her interview notes. Here's how Rubirosa described what happened after that interview in his own words. Quote, "The three of us had breakfast. She, meaning Doris, seemed lively, jovial, with that je ne sais quoi that American women can have. Little did I know that a few months later, I would be completely controlled by her. Until then, I had been happy with Danielle, but at this moment, things started to change." End quote. And things started to change immediately, because right after this meeting, Doris took it upon herself to send this married man a telegram that read, quote, "When you are finished with Danielle, call me and I will come." End quote. Porfirio Rubirosa took one look at what the paper said was in her bank account and said, "Baby, you don't have to tell me twice. Just give me the address for the wedding altar and tell me what color tuxedo you'd like me to wear, and I'll be there, because this is about to be the easiest money I've ever made in my life." You see, everybody knew about Doris's money, and there was something else that everyone knew, but fewer people said, and that was that Doris was unattractive. At least that's how a lot of men saw her. Remember that her fellow 1930 debutante Barbara Hutton was called the pretty one, and Doris was called the rich one. And it really seems that Doris's vast fortune, plus her sheltered life, insecurity, and deficiency in the looks department made her an easy target for men who wanted to use her. That certainly seemed to be the case with Rubirosa. Looks aren't everything, but to a lot of people, they matter. Even Doris's mother had warned her that he was not attracted to her and only interested in her money. But in his memoir, one of Rubirosa's friends made it clear that he thought Doris was pretty ugly. He explained his surprise at Rubirosa being with Doris in these words, quote, "She was ugly, very rich, but ugly. He was a gentleman. He would never say that." End quote. Doris married him on September 1st, 1947. If you're paying attention, you see that that is the year before James Cromwell's divorce was settled. Her new husband was Porfirio Rubirosa, the man with the big penis. If you've already seen my video about the Woolworth heiress, Barbara Woolworth Hutton, then you might remember a little bit about him. He cheated on Barbara with Zsa Zsa Gabor and had a long string of Hollywood bed partners that included, but was by no means limited to, Marilyn Monroe, Eartha Kitt, Ava Gardner, and Dorothy Dandridge. He's our favorite Hollywood husband because of his long name. What did you think that I was going to say? Get your mind out of the gutter. Porfirio Rubirosa Ariza was a diplomat from the Dominican Republic and an international playboy. He was 39 at the time, and Doris was 34. He started dating Doris publicly right after he divorced his second wife. She was Danielle Darieux, the most famous actress in France at the time. He divorced her in May of 1947. Then, literally in June of 1947, he started showing up everywhere with Doris on his arm. This man didn't waste any time. He spread his love around, and according to the ladies of his time, he had plenty to share. This is the same guy whose male member became the inspiration for large pepper grinders in fine dining establishments all over the world. They called the big ones Rubirosas. After dating for only 3 months, he and Doris got married in a small, private ceremony in Paris. The ceremony was different. Rubirosa was often described in papers as tall, dark, and handsome. But Doris was taller, and let's face it, people still think that it's a little odd to see a couple in which the woman is taller than the man. Doris, at 6 feet, stood 3 inches taller than her new husband, and as we know, he made up for those 3 inches in another area. But their height difference wasn't the only thing that people might have found to be strange about this wedding. It was performed by a consul general who admitted that he had never performed a wedding, and his nervousness made that quite obvious. Only 10 of the people in attendance were actual guests of the bride and groom. Their guests were far outnumbered by reporters and photographers. The whole thing lasted 10 minutes, during which Rubirosa casually puffed on a cigarette, putting it out just in time to slip the ring on Doris's finger. It was a circlet of rubies, by the way. Another detail that was a little unusual, they had what I think could be considered as a reception before the wedding. Their guests had champagne and cake, and the new groom had 2 whiskey highballs. I don't know exactly what a highball is, feel free to tell me, but they did all of this before the exchange of vows. All of the alcohol seemed to put Rubirosa in high spirits. He was all smiles and laughs until 2 of Doris's attorneys walked in with papers for him to sign. A prenuptial agreement. Maybe this payday wouldn't be quite as easy as he thought. But after having a few more drinks, enough to get drunk enough to be okay with signing the agreement, he did. Then they had their ceremony, and he passed out shortly after saying his vows. Doris thought that it was all wonderful, bragging to her friends that, quote, "Big boy passed out in my arms," end quote. If she'd had a little more self-esteem, she might have had a problem with a man needing to get drunk to say wedding vows to her. And speaking of the vows, they were another aspect of this wedding that was different. Very different from her first wedding in the regard that she promised to obey Rubirosa. You'll recall that to obey was not a part of the vows in the Cromwell-Duke union, and the fact that Doris promised to obey Rubirosa was such a shock that it made headlines. Well, the marriage didn't last much longer than that 10-minute wedding. And if Doris didn't want to feel like she was being used for her money in her second marriage the way that she had been used in her first marriage, she started off on the wrong foot. Remember that as soon as Rubirosa left Danielle, he and Doris were an item. Divorces usually take a while, as Doris knew from first-hand experience. Well, Doris didn't want to wait out a long divorce before she could have Rubirosa all to herself, so she paid Danielle $1 million in exchange for a quick, uncontested divorce. And with that small payout, Doris got her Latin lover all to herself. Or so she thought. We'll get there. But a quick side note about Danielle first. We all know that she selflessly gave up Rubirosa for $1 million so that Doris could have her happily ever after. But when Danielle tried to move on and marry the man she was interested in, a French actor named Pierre with a last name that I won't even attempt, it didn't matter for them. Why? Because his mother put the kibosh on their plans. According to Danielle, quote, "His mother said, 'I am a woman with a past,' and Pierre obeyed her orders forbidding the marriage," end quote. Pierre's mother thought that any woman who had ever been with Rubirosa was damaged goods. But I love the way that Danielle summed up the reason that she couldn't marry Pierre. She said that the problem was simply too much mother-in-law before the wedding. Well, we know how that can be, right, ladies? Ha ha. Anyway, by the time that Rubirosa was through with Doris, Doris probably wished that someone would have intervened and stopped her plans before they started, because he was not a good and faithful husband to her. But women aren't victims on this channel, so considering how she started her romance with him, I can't feel sorry for her knowing that he was not good to her. And I just know that somewhere in the world, Doris's first husband, James Cromwell, was somewhere wondering why Doris didn't turn on her money faucets for him the way that she did for Rubirosa. So remember, Jimmy Cromwell walked away with a measly $350,000 after having been married to Doris for years. Well, here is just a little bit of what Doris willingly gave to Rubirosa without his even having to ask her. She gave him a check for $500,000. With that, he was already ahead of Jimmy, but she had a lot more to give her new husband. A stable of polo ponies, over a dozen sports cars, a B-25 bomber, a French chateau that was converted from a hotel to a dwelling unit for him, and she filled that chateau with priceless art pieces from Kings Louis XV and Louis XVI. Rubirosa loved his chateau. It was 3 stories high, and he used the 3rd floor as his personal luxury man cave. He decked it out with a regulation-sized boxing ring and a full bar. After his late nights at the Calvados nightclub, which were practically every night, the club's guitarists would bring their instruments to the 3rd floor of his chateau, and they would party some more. His 3rd floor became an unofficial after-hours spot. Rubirosa's butler, Victor, would serve his guests whatever they wanted to drink and breakfast tacos. It must be nice to be married to an heiress who loves you so much that she won't say no to you. I think that author Stephanie Mansfield perfectly and succinctly described the tone of the Rubirosa Duke union in her book called The Richest Girl in the World, The Extravagant Life and Fast Times of Doris Duke, when she wrote this, quote, "While Doris fell in love with Ruby, he didn't want to be the man of just one woman, and she was not easy. She wanted Ruby to be there always, like a slave, but he wanted to do as he pleased, and she knew this before she married him." End quote. Bottom line, Doris got what she paid for, and what she paid for was a gigolo. And a gigolo can give you one thing, sex. The problem for Doris was that that's what a gigolo gives to other women as well. She found this out for herself when she and her husband were enjoying some time on the beautiful island of Capri in Italy. Earlier in the day, she was out doing her own thing. When she returned to their hotel, she found her husband doing his own thing. She caught Ruby in flagrante delicto. You know, getting it on with his ex-wife, not the one that Doris had paid $1 million to take off of her hands, his first wife, Flor de Oro Trujillo, the daughter of the Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, Rubirosa's boss. Well, Doris was a fool for Rubirosa, but there's only so much humiliation that even she could take. Immediately after this incident, he recalled seeing a new guest for lunch. It was an attorney, and he brought with him some papers for Rubirosa to sign, an agreement to terminate the marriage at once. The divorce was finalized on October 27th, 1948. They were married only for 1 year and almost 2 months. Ruby walked away with the chateau, by this point 15 luxury sports cars, the bomber jet, a Manhattan apartment, the stable of ponies, a fishing fleet off of an African coast, and $25,000 per year until he remarried. Doris walked away with her name and memories of some really good sex. Even though Rubirosa was literally caught with his pants down, he didn't understand why their marriage needed to end. Because according to him, he and Doris were still seeing each other and being intimate for a whole year after they got divorced. In his words, quote, "This was so stupid because we did not want to be separated. For the next year, all we did was reunite, break, reunite in the back of airplanes in between the United States and Europe." End quote. It seems like Ruby didn't understand that Doris wanted to have him all to herself. She couldn't have that while she was married to him, and you and I know that she was sharing his baloney pony after they got divorced. But in Rubirosa's mind, He was just a good guy who was performing a public service for this lonely, homely heiress. Really, when you hear his own words, he comes across as though he thought he was doing the Lord's work when he married Doris. Here's what he had to say, quote, "What I did is better than most people do. They go out with a girl from a good family, they take all her money, and then they leave her. The difference with me is that I marry her, give her the best time in all the world, and when I leave her, she is richer than ever before." End quote. What a great guy. You're still with me, so I may as well give you one more quick side note about Ruby. It's about him, but it relates to Doris too. Zsa Zsa Gabor couldn't wait for her chance to get in bed with Rubirosa, but the reason that she wanted to have sex with him had everything to do with Doris Duke. Here's the thing. Zsa Zsa had commented publicly in Los Angeles that she would like to have an affair with Rubirosa to get revenge for the relationship that her husband, George Sanders, allegedly had with Rubirosa's ex-wife, Doris Duke, in 1952. The thought of someone cheating on the very glamorous Zsa Zsa Gabor with Doris Duke seemed a little off to me, so I went to see if I could find anything that might suggest that this was actually true, and I found it. On August 22nd, 1952, the Evening Sun printed a story about a new Charlie Chaplin film that had opened, and there were a few strange couples there. Among them were Doris Duke and George Sanders, and this was very strange, seeing that he was out in public on a date with Doris Duke, considering that at this point, he was Zsa Zsa Gabor's husband and had been for the past 3 years. So in Zsa Zsa's mind, a little fun in the bed with Rubirosa was for payback, even though Doris had been divorced from him for a few years by the time Zsa Zsa got to him. And I have to say that I think that it's odd that she was only interested in getting revenge on Doris and not her husband, the one who had cheated on her. Well, Zsa Zsa went on to have her affair with Rubirosa, but that hot sex came with a side of physical abuse, as was evidenced when she came out in public with an ice pack, covering a black eye that Rubirosa gave her when he punched her in the face during an argument about the next woman he planned on marrying, Barbara Hutton, the Woolworth heiress. But Zsa Zsa found no fault in Ruby for her black eye. As a matter of fact, she was quoted as saying, "Ruby loves me. Rubirosa in Spanish means red rose. For me, it means black eye. A man only hits a woman if he loves her deeply." End quote. How sickening. And I'm pretty sure that red rose in Spanish is rosa roja. But there are so many other things wrong with that statement that part doesn't even matter. I digress. Zsa Zsa wasn't the only woman who found no fault in Rubirosa. I'm skipping ahead of myself a little bit, but I should mention here that Doris Duke also never had a bad thing to say about her cheating Latin lover husband. And that's according to Doris's longtime friend and fellow socialite, Lucy Douglas CZ Guest, who shared that when Doris died, there were only 2 photographs next to her bed on her nightstand. One was of Louis Bromfield, the other was of her precious Porfirio Rubirosa. He was her second and final husband, but that doesn't mean that she lived the rest of her life without attention from the opposite sex. Doris had a number of high-profile romances. There was the U.S. Army General George Patton, the actor Errol Flynn, and the Pulitzer Prize novelist Louis Bromfield, and jazz pianist Joe Castro. We'll talk about him a little more in the upcoming video about the lifelong feud between Doris Duke and Barbara Woolworth Hutton, because they did fight over him. But here's what I'll tell you about him right now. Their romance was so weird, and they likely both got into it with ulterior motives and not so hidden agendas. Doris met Joe Castro in 1952. He was 15 years younger than she. He was in his mid-20s and she was in her early 40s. Now, before I go any further, I know that someone is thinking, That's the same age difference she had with her first husband. You said that was wrong, but you'll say it's okay for her because she's a girl. You know, the whole, so it's okay when a woman does it but not a man thing. I have seen those comments on videos in which I've held women accountable, and for the record, I think that Doris was inappropriate too, only slightly less inappropriate because Joe was an adult when they met. She was just a teenager when James Cromwell started having secret conversations with her. But just so you know, we don't do double standards here on Ty's Hot Mess History. Anyway, within months of meeting, Joe and Doris were living together at Doris's suite at the Bel Air Hotel. It does come across as though she was looking for a plaything in the bed, and he was looking for a sugar mama, and Doris had a lot of sugar. Doris admired his talent on stage, but she didn't like all the attention that he got from the young, pretty women who would come to watch him perform. This would set off her insecurities and send her spiraling into alcohol and drug use in order to deal with how she felt. Why she wouldn't let him go is beyond me. Their relationship stopped being fun as soon as it started. But maybe Doris, who had always been called the ugly one or the less attractive one, had something to prove, like that she could keep this young, handsome man on her arm. She and Joe would get into fights, frequently, break up and make up. Then, Doris's mother died in 1962, leaving her $250 million. Thus, 250 million more reasons for Joe to stick around and pretend that he was interested in Doris. One night in 1963, at her Shangri-La home, Doris was playing her piano, and Joe made a joke that insinuated that her playing wasn't so good. Her response? She grabbed a butcher knife and slashed his arm. This woman was unhinged, and you're about to see that Joe was definitely not an angel. But slicing someone with a knife just because you don't like something that they said? That's more than an overreaction. That could have been fatal. Could Doris have killed someone over a disagreement? I think that she could have, and it looks like she did, and we'll get there. But back to her and Joe Castro. Yeah, sure, she sliced his arm because of his joke. But maybe on New Year's Day, she had turned over a new leaf and was ready to deal with this toxic relationship like an adult. Because on January 1st, 1964, she rang in the new year by throwing him out of her Bel Air mansion, Falcon Lair. And he didn't like that. He loved her house. He went so far as to sue her for wrongful eviction. When he saw that nobody cared about his lawsuit, he turned it up a notch, filing for divorce and requesting alimony payments for Doris in the amount of $5,000 per month. Everyone was shocked to hear about this divorce, but no one was more shocked than Doris. You know why? Because she said she had never married him. This unemployed bozo completely made up this lie and had the nerve to sue Doris on the grounds of cruelty. Even the newspapers were expressing their shock because their first time hearing about this marriage was when Joey announced the divorce. They didn't know how they could have missed a story so big. Then he took his last chance at a money grab and decided to sue for the butcher knife slicing. He wanted $150,000 because Doris tried to kill him and left him with a scar that was so big that he could no longer work. Now, I don't condone her slicing him at all under those circumstances, and she should have had to pay him something for that. But he was laying it on pretty thick by saying that he couldn't work anymore. In the end, none of his claims mattered. Doris's attorneys strong-armed Joe into silence, and he dropped all of his lawsuits against her. But Doris countered his lawsuits with one of her own, and on May 1st of 1964, she obtained an order from a court in Honolulu. It was a restraining order, an order that restrained this fool Joey Castro from saying that he was her husband and that she had ever married him. Now, one would think that after all of that, this relationship would have been over, but no. Doris still wanted Joe, so she made a lot of promises to him. saying that she was going to do all kinds of things to help take his music career to the next level. It seems like she dangled those promises in front of him to keep him around because she knew that he would not have come back otherwise. And her promises worked. He agreed to go back to her. So he's not an innocent victim in any of this. He was, after all, a grown man, and by this time in his 30s. If at any time he didn't like how Doris was treating him, he was able to leave. But Joe had gotten rather comfortable staying at Doris's house. Even if he wasn't attracted to her, he thought that her home was beautiful. And he spent a lot of his years with Doris in that beautiful home, not giving a care about his career. The couple had settled into a dreadful rut. By the very next year, 1965, he was back living in her Bel Air home. Why? Because desperate Doris had set up a recording company just for Joe. And this is so pathetic, but in order to get her man back, she promised to include him in her will. Can you imagine? She also bought him a new Mercedes-Benz. She was literally trying to buy his love. Then, tragedy struck that summer when Doris's ex-husband died. Porfirio Rubirosa was killed when he crashed his Ferrari in Paris. Doris was a wreck. Joe couldn't comfort her because he didn't care about her. So she started spending more time with her friend and confidant, Eduardo Tirrea. He was Doris's art buyer, but he was also one of her closest friends, and he cared for Doris, even if none of her husbands or boyfriends did. While Doris was mourning the loss of Rubirosa, Joey was hitting the town with young pretty girls in Hollywood, making Doris look like the fool that she was for him. She got really angry about one young beauty specifically, a singer named Loretta Haddad. A number of people had seen Joe and Loretta out and about, looking like a romantic couple. Then out jumped the vindictive side of Doris that was tired of repeatedly losing to women who were more attractive than she was. She really hated that her money wasn't enough to control the men who she wanted to love her. So, Joey had to pay. And how did she make him pay for making her feel bad? Doris shut down his record company. Then, Doris had to pay, because that made him angry. And how did he make her pay for taking away his precious record company that made him feel like the big man in Hollywood? Joey effed up her house and physically abused her. I mean, he really went wild. He threw stuff all over the place. He broke dishes all over her kitchen floor. And while standing in the frame of one of her French windows, wearing a t-shirt only and nothing on his bottom half, he urinated over the railing and into her garden. Doris had called one of the guys who worked with him at the now shut-down record company to help her, to get Joe and take him away from her house. His name was Peter Brook. When Peter got there, he saw all of the destruction. He witnessed Joe and his half-nude body relieving himself onto Doris's flowers. Then he saw Doris in her bedroom with a broken jaw. Joe had hit her in the face and broke her jaw. Joe Castro and Doris Duke were two disgusting people to each other who should have never been together. He thought that he would be able to pretend to love her and get all of the money that he wanted from her, while dating and sleeping with the women he actually found attractive. And she thought that her money and the opportunities that she could provide him would allow her to control him. They were both wrong. The very next morning, she and her good friend, Eduardo Tirrea, left California to go to Newport. She didn't have luck finding romantic love, but she had the love of Eduardo. He was a gay man who loved her better than most people she let in her inner circle. Having more money than one knows what to do with seems to be one of the main ingredients to leading a very colorful life. When you're not bogged down with the day-to-day chore of working to keep a roof over your head, you can follow your heart and pursue your passions, or even live a wasteful life. But whatever the ultra-wealthy have done with their lives has always been a source of fascination for quote-unquote regular people. And Doris's life was no different. She traveled the world. She gave a lot of money to a lot of worthy causes. She was enrolled as a member of the Rosebud Sioux tribe of Native Americans. She used her Doris Duke Foundation to give grant money to medical research, environmental conservation, historically black colleges, the performing arts, and more. And all of that is wonderful and virtuous. But we don't focus on the good and virtuous stuff here. This is a Hot Mess History channel, and I have to tell you about the hot messes in the lives of people. Otherwise, you could sue me for false advertising. So I've got to tell you about what I believe to be the biggest hot mess that Doris ever caused. It all has to do with a car accident. And thanks to the work of Peter Lance, an award-winning investigative journalist who is very meticulous about how he does his work, I can use the word accident very loosely when it comes to what Doris Duke did with her Dodge Polara station wagon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about the death of Eduardo de Rea. Eduardo worked for Doris Duke. She hired him in 1956 as her curator of art holdings. As the years went on, the two developed a friendship in addition to their work relationship. He is the man she turned to for comfort after Joe Castro punched her in the jaw. In 1966, he felt like he had accomplished all that he could working for Doris. He was ready to leave Newport, where he had been working at Doris's mansion called Rough Point. His next stop was Hollywood for his new job as a production designer. On October 6th, he packed his suitcases, got a night of rest, and planned to go on some outings with Doris on the next day. He was looking forward to telling his friend that she was about to become his former boss, because now he had made it. Hollywood was calling. De Rea had some friends in common with Doris. They were actually worried about him and told him that she would not be too happy about his leaving her employ. It turned out that his friends were right about that. He told Doris about his new job, and she was not supportive at all. To his surprise, she was angry with him for leaving her. Of course, Doris found a way to make his new job all about herself. I'm sure that her attitude shocked him. After all that he had done for her, protected her and shielded her from men who had been cruel to her, he had been her person to lean on, who would listen to her and literally pick up and move clear across the country with because she had to end a bad relationship. De Rea thought that Doris was a good friend to him. He might not have thought much of her as a boss because she routinely underpaid him. You remember all of that turmoil that he went through when she was with Joey Castro. Nobody has to put up with that kind of stuff on a job. How much was his bonus for dealing with all of that stress and strife? He finally had a great opportunity to make a fair wage and a name for himself doing something that he loved, and all that Doris could think about was herself, and how she didn't want her friend to leave her. The next afternoon, on October the 7th, when De Rea and Doris were getting ready to leave Rough Point, he was stopped by Doris outside of the house. She wanted to talk to him. The discussion quickly escalated into an argument about his leaving her. Some of Doris's staff members could hear the argument because it was so loud, and it lasted for a long time. Everyone seems to agree that those are the facts of the story up to this point. From here, I'll tell you one version of what Doris said happened. Then I'll tell you what Peter Lance discovered, and seems to be the truth because there are witnesses and, frankly, it makes sense. According to Doris, she and De Rea were leaving the house. They were in the car, driving up to the gates that would have to be opened so that they could leave. He was driving. He parked the car but left it running because he was just getting out to open the gate. Doris, who had been sitting in the front passenger seat, then moved into the driver's seat. Her plan was to drive the car forward to the gate to pick him up after he opened the gate. Once she was in the driver's seat, She released the parking brake and put the car in drive. But when she got to the gates, instead of putting her foot on the brake pedal, she accidentally put her foot on the gas pedal, propelling the car forward, right into Tirrea first, then the gates. He was pinned between the gates, which were still opening, and the car. Then the car ran over the gates and hit a tree. He ended up under the car. He died from the injuries he sustained. That's what Doris said. At least that's one of the first versions of her account, because her story changed every time she told it. But from there, her money did the rest of the talking. Here's what I mean. The Newport Police Department performed a very brief investigation and ruled Tirrea's death as accidental. But it looks as though they just took Doris's word at face value, because when the crime scene was re-examined, it was clear that what was on the scene was not at all consistent with the account that Doris told the police. The Tirrea family held his funeral. All of his brothers, sisters, nieces, and nephews attended. Liz Taylor and her husband, Richard Burton, sent flowers. Why? Because he had recently designed a set of a movie that featured the couple. It was called The Sandpiper. Tirrea even got to play a bit role in the film. It's so sad to think of how close he came to doing what he really wanted to do for his career. A producer of the movie named Martin Ransohoff also sent flowers, and so did Kim Novak. Guess who else sent flowers to the funeral? Doris Duke. And that's all that she did. It's odd that someone who was such a great friend, as she had told the police she was, wouldn't attend the funeral or at least offer to pay for the funeral. She certainly had the money to do it. After getting the report from the second investigation, Tirrea's family sued Doris Duke for wrongful death, and they won. But the amount of money that they received, especially when Doris's 9-figure bank account is considered, was pathetic. They requested $1.2 million, and 5 years later, they were awarded $75,000 when a court decided that Doris had been negligent on that fateful day. Not guilty, because she wasn't charged for committing any crime. For the life of their loved one, 8 siblings were awarded an insulting $75,000. Doris's attorneys fought for her in this case, as they always had in the past, and they fought hard to keep the Tirrea family's financial compensation amount as low as possible. So despicable. It wasn't put on any official records, but the second investigation basically showed that, if nothing else, Doris was a liar who had lied about the events that led to a man's untimely death. Now I have to tell you about the reinvestigation of this case that was performed by Peter Lance. Remember that I told you that Doris's money did some talking? You're about to find out some other reasons why I said that. I can't share with you every single detail about this investigation because this video is already so long, and Eduardo Tirrea's death at the hands of Doris Duke has so much information that it could be its own video. So if you would like for me to cover this part of her story in a deep dive, true crime treatment, let me know in the comments section. But I'll tell you some key details now. In addition to Doris's statement given to police being inconsistent with the crime scene, it was also inconsistent with the injuries sustained by Tirrea. She said that she first had him pinned between the car and the gates when she accidentally accelerated the vehicle. That would have crushed his legs. The problem with that was that his legs were not injured at all. After Lance's investigation forced the police department to reinvestigate the crime, another theory that is more likely came to surface. A Sergeant Fred Newton pointed out markings on the gates that suggested Tirrea had been forced up on the hood of Doris's station wagon. There had been skin and blood found on Bellevue right after the accident. Bellevue is the street right outside of Doris's gates where her car turned and hit the tree. Sergeant Newton said that the skin and blood were from Tirrea rolling off of Doris's car. Here's his complete theory. Tirrea went up on the hood of the station wagon before it hit the gate. Then at some point after the gates flew open, She hit the brakes and he rolled off. Then she ran over him and dragged him to the point where he was still underneath the car when it hit the tree. That would account for why the lower gates were pulverized, but his legs were never damaged. Everything indicated that what Doris had done was no accident. Even the tire marks at the scene displayed an indication of tremendous acceleration, not a slip of the foot on the wrong pedal. The evidence showed that Doris Duke hit Direa not once but twice with her 2-ton station wagon. Then there was Bob Walker. He witnessed the quote-unquote accident in 1966, but he never made a statement or testified about it. He spoke to Peter Lance about it in 2021 because he was an adult and could make his own decisions. At this point, he was a 68-year-old Marine Corps veteran. But in 1966, he was a 13-year-old paperboy who told his father what he heard and saw that day. His father would not allow Bob to make a statement because he was afraid of Doris Duke and what could happen to his son. As he put it, quote, Doris Duke was a rotten person who had some unscrupulous people on her payroll, end quote. Well, after reading Peter Lance's book in July of 2021, Bob was compelled to go to the police and tell them what he saw and heard on the day that Doris Duke killed Eduardo Direa. This caused the Newport Police Department to re-examine the case, even though Doris had been dead for 28 years at this point. Well, just a few short months later, the city manager of Newport announced that the case was closed once again and found to be an accident once again, just like they said the first time. Peter Lance didn't seem to be surprised by their findings, stating that Doris Duke had a large amount of clout in the city in 1966, and apparently she still did, even in her death. It makes me wonder how many high-ups in the city at that time would have been exposed for wrongdoing if the re-examination of this case had come to a different conclusion. After all, right after the accident happened, guess who Doris Duke hired on as her personal physician? The city's medical examiner on the case. Now, I know that most of us are familiar with attorney-client privilege in lawsuits. It protects the information exchanged between a lawyer and a client. Well, that same privilege exists with doctors. It's called doctor-patient privilege. And it sounds like a major conflict of interest to have the medical examiner on Doris's car crash also represent Doris. It sounds like her money really was talking, and the city of Newport liked what it was saying. There were even some very shady things that happened within the police department that seemed to be tied to Doris's money and connections. It all looked so bad and ran so deeply, it's likely that her blood money is still running through the veins of Newport today. There are so many more parts of this story that make Doris Duke look dirty. I can't cover them all here on this particular video. The death of Eduardo Direa really needs its own video. But it seems that Doris knew that she literally got away with murder, and whatever conscience she had was eating away at her. So she started really turning up the heat on her financial contributions, as if she was trying to buy her way out of all the bad that she had done. Well, let's fast forward to 1987, when she hired Bernard Lafferty as her new butler. Bernard was an Irish immigrant who came to the United States in 1980. He found work at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel in Pennsylvania, where he met a number of rich and famous women, and even became friends with some of them. Elizabeth Taylor and Sophia Loren were a couple of his fancy new friends. His ponytailed hairstyle and earrings in each ear definitely gave him a signature look. He had a taste for the high life and couldn't get enough of being around celebrities and extremely wealthy people. So he must have felt like he struck gold when Doris Duke, the richest of them all, chose him to be her new best friend and bring him to her house. By this stage in her life, Doris had turned into a weirdo who had her pet camels living inside of her mansion. And they weren't house-trained, if you catch my drift. So Bernard the butler was just one more new weird item to add to her strange collection. He didn't make sense, so he made sense for her. He was her friend, but he was also her personal butler at her New Jersey estate. She hired him right after he had been fired from his previous position for drinking on the job. But his new job with Doris came with perks. Just the type of perks he liked. Traveling worldwide with Doris and staying in the best hotels and eating at the finest restaurants. All that he had to do was whatever she said and be her best friend. It was a better job than he could have hoped for, considering that he had no formal education and he was only semi-literate. Because Doris lived her life so privately in her last years, a lot of what has been said and written about her relationship with Bernard can be chalked up to speculation, but it does seem that they had a good friendship. I have to guess that that's true because she didn't kill him. No, they traveled the world together for 6 years and he remained right by her side till the very end. Many say that his actions helped her get to the end a little sooner than she otherwise would have. Doris's end might have come as a result of her no longer wanting to be the ugly girl. We know that from the time that Doris was a young woman, she was always considered to be the ugly one. To her face, behind her back, and even publicly sometimes. So maybe that's why when it came to getting facelifts, she was a regular patient. The older she got, the tighter her skin got, to the point of looking unnaturally uncomfortable. One Newsweek writer even wrote that it looked like her skin had been pulled so tight that her eyes were on the sides of her face rather than in the front. But none of that stopped Doris from doing what she thought made her look better. At the age of 79, she got her last facelift, and that was the first step in a domino effect that would end her life. She had her skin stretched to the hilt by something called a magnetic rejuvenation machine. It sent electricity through her skin that tightened it and made her feel pretty, even if no one else agreed. Her money, her face, her choice. This procedure was no joke, and it required some downtime for recovery. While she should have been laying down and taking it easy, because she was heavily medicated, Doris stood up and tried to walk. She didn't get far before she fell. The fall broke her hip. Of course, that injury required surgery, which was the last thing that she needed to happen, considering that she was already in pain from the facelift. And we know that the older we get, the harder it is to recover. Well, that all took place at the end of 1992. Doris rang in 1993 with yet another surgery in January. This time it was a knee replacement that kept her hospitalized until April. Then in July, she got so lucky that she had to have another knee surgery. She stayed in the hospital for a few months. Then, the very next day after she returned to her Beverly Hills home, she had a stroke, and it was bad. On October 27th, her physician, Dr. Charles Kevowitz, made a house call and administered morphine to Doris. Allegedly, the morphine was used to put Doris out of her pain, once and for all. It was supposed to end her life. Now, Doris had a lot of servants, and there were a few variations of the story when it came to what happened after Doris received that first dose of morphine. There are too many accounts to discuss them all, but I'll discuss some of them. First, I'll tell you the one thing that we know for sure happened after that October 27th dose of morphine, and that is that Doris Duke died on the following day, October 28th, 1993, at the age of 80. The cause of death was supposedly cardiac arrest. But how could anyone be certain about it? Because the very next day after that, on October 29th, Doris Duke was cremated without an autopsy. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's very odd. Why did she need to be cremated so quickly? It's almost as if someone had something to cover up. And boy, oh boy, did the theories about Doris's death and immediate cremation start popping up from every corner of her mansion. What was being covered up, and who was covering it up, and why? Was it a servant? Was it her doctor? Did a greedy relative or friend have something to do with all of this? It seemed to many who were on the outside looking in that those closest to her were out to get her. The most popular assumption at the time was that the butler did it. Yes, Doris's precious Bernard. I'll explain as many pieces as I can. For starters, the morphine shot that Doris received on the 27th wasn't the only one that she received. According to Tammy Payette, one of the 6 nurses who was on staff during Doris's final hours, after the doctor gave her the first dose of morphine, Bernard asked him how long would it take for Doris to die. The doctor said about an hour. Then he left. But hours later, Doris was still alive, and that seemed to be a problem for Bernard, who called the doctor again and asked him to come back. The doctor returned, administered more morphine, then Doris died the following morning at 5:30 a.m. By 7:30 a.m., just 2 hours later, her body had been removed from the home. Nurse Tammy said that the morphine didn't help Doris to die easily, but rather that she was in no danger of dying until she was given those large doses of morphine. She made it clear that she felt Doris had been drugged to death. After Nurse Tammy came out with her allegations against Bernard the butler, which also implicated Doris's doctor, many other people came forward with their own allegations against Bernard. Colin Shanley, who had been Doris's chef, said in an affidavit that the day before Doris died, a package arrived, and when Bernard received it, he announced, "Miss Duke is going to die tonight." His affidavit said that there was a lethal dose of the painkiller Demerol in the package. Those accusations alone looked bad enough by themselves, but when you add to them the fact that Bernard the butler had a hearse waiting in the driveway to take Doris's body away for cremation before Doris died, you can see why so many people were pointing their fingers at Bernard and saying the butler did it. Doris was known to change her will as often as people change their underwear. She was always paranoid that someone was out to get her, and she didn't want to fall victim to anyone who wanted her money. Well, 6 months before she died, she made a change to her will that would have made Bernard a very rich man after she passed away. Did his desire for a lavish lifestyle make him want to speed up the process of getting his hands on his inheritance from Doris? It was a great deal of money, too. $500,000 a year for life, and $5 million for his new position as the co-executor of Doris's $1.5 billion estate. This job required Bernard to supervise Doris's many charities. That was odd and seemed like a lot of responsibility for someone who could barely read. But by the time that Doris met Bernard, she was very odd. So maybe this whole setup kind of made sense. Doris was a weirdo who had hired a weirdo to run her operations. So this inheritance only added another piece of the puzzle for those who thought that Bernard had killed Doris. And if they needed any more evidence to support their case, they needed to only look at Bernard's behavior immediately following the death of his dear friend. In addition to having a hearse waiting outside of her mansion like it was a getaway car for a bank robbery, Bernard went to New York very shortly after the death to file the will and probate so that his big checks could start rolling in. And he started spending money like crazy. His biggest purchase was a yellow mansion in Bel Air. What finally happened was that the trial lawyers who represented Doris a year before she died were retained by the executor of the prior will to challenge this will that had been presented by her butler. And after duking it out in front of Otto Preminger's niece, yes, the Hollywood producer's niece, Judge Eve Preminger, is who presided over this case. After that fight was over, the butler got to keep his $500,000 per year, but he was completely removed from the Duke Foundation, the position that would have paid him $5 million up front and given him control of Doris's $1.5 billion estate. that was out for him. But, in good news for him, the county district attorney's office had concluded that there was no credible evidence that Doris Duke was murdered. No one could believe it. 3 of Doris's former employees came together to file a suit against the butler, claiming that they had heard him say that he would kill other rivals for Doris's estate, one of those rivals being Doris's own daughter. Now, I hate to bring up her daughter as a side note, but we know that Doris gave birth to a child that only lived for 1 day, the baby Arden. Well, in 1988, Doris met a lady named Condi Hefner. Condi was 35, and Doris swore that she was the reincarnation of Arden. So she adopted this adult and spent a lot of money on her and took her on expensive vacations. But Doris had fallen out with Condi and removed her from her will several months before she passed away. And after Doris died, Condi fought in court to gain control of Doris's fortune. She gave up the fight when she was offered a mere $65 million from the estate. Not a bad deal considering that she was left with nothing in the will, and Doris wasn't even her real mother, and everyone knew that. Condi is just one of many people who were fighting the butler to get their hands on the money that Doris left behind. Nobody thought that Bernard the butler deserved to have control of all of that money, and many people who were in the inner circle thought that he killed Doris. So even though Nurse Tammy was not alone in thinking that Bernard conspired to kill Doris, she was the most vocal person and the one who pursued the cause through legal channels. And she faced legal repercussions for making the allegations. It's wild because so many people agreed with Tammy and felt like Bernard the butler got away with murder. Then he was able to live in luxury without paying for what he did. But remember what Doris's father said, trust no one. As it turns out, private investigators started following Nurse Tammy. And guess what they saw her doing? Pawning jewelry and other expensive items from the homes of her wealthy clients. And that included items that had belonged to Doris Duke. So was she just jealous the whole time? Would she not have come forth with the allegations against Bernard if Doris had left her a big chunk of change in her will too? I don't know. But I do know that Nurse Tammy Payette had to pay for her crimes. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison for theft. Now you know how it goes in the court of public opinion. Once you're thought to be guilty, you're always guilty. And just because the court system let Bernard run free, most people did not believe that he was innocent. But maybe it didn't matter. Bernard was 30 years younger than Doris. It's likely that he and everyone who knew him figured that he would live his life with his newfound wealth for at least a few more decades. But just a couple of years after coming into his fortune, on November 5th, 1996, at 5:30 a.m., he was found dead in his yellow mansion. He was only 51 years old. He started getting his big-time checks when he was 49. And I literally just realized as I'm reading the script that he died at the same time as Doris Duke. At the end of the day, all of the talk about whether Bernard had or had not killed Doris was just speculation. But what if he really did conspire to kill his good friend and got away with it? How poetic would that be when we think about how Doris killed her good friend, Eduardo Tirea? Had someone covered up her death the way that she had covered up his? Had someone who she called a friend and trusted killed her? How ironic that would be. After all, there was no autopsy performed on Doris, so it would seem that the investigation would have lacked a lot of critical information, kind of like the first investigation into Tirea's death. This story would have been so much shorter if Doris had only followed her father's advice, to trust no one. But I must say that by looking at the way that Doris lived most of her adult life, no one should have really trusted her either. Ripley's Believe It or Not. A lot of us are familiar with this franchise in some form, whether it's the television show, museums, books, or radio show. Up until 1934, most of the people who knew the name knew it as a comic strip in newspapers. But before that year was over, Robert Ripley would bring that world to life during the World Fair at the unveiling of his new exhibit called the Auditorium, ODD, Auditorium. And taking center stage in this display of people who were called freaks was a child named Betty Lou Harris. Well, that's what she was called when she was working, which was basically her whole life, as the four-legged girl, then the four-legged woman. The highest paid human marvel in history, some say. The lady who became known as Betty Lou Williams to the world was born Lily B. Williams on January 10th, 1932. Most of the sources that I have seen called her the youngest of 12 children. She was born into poverty in Albany, Georgia. Her parents were sharecroppers. And if that doesn't seem like enough hardship for one little girl, there's more. Lily B. was also born with a parasitic twin sibling that consisted of 2 legs, 1 small undeveloped arm, and another more developed arm, but not fully, having only 3 fingers, and a head that was embedded deep within Lily's abdomen. Despite all of that, according to doctors, Lily was a very healthy girl, and they proclaimed that there was no reason that she couldn't live a long and healthy life. Before I go on, I mentioned sources saying that she was the youngest of 12. However, in her own writing in a story for Jet magazine, she wrote that she had 14 siblings. At the age of 1, Lily was discovered by a professional showman named Dick Best. He changed her name from Lily to Betty Lou. Some say that he did this to pass off the parasitic twin as a boy. Apparently that was a lie that was common about parasitic twins in those days, that they were fraternal. But the twin was in fact a girl, and when Betty Lou got older, she would dress her twin sister in custom-made outfits matching her own. But back to the 1-year-old. After changing her name, Dick Best put her to work, displaying her in his New York museum, and it was there that she got her big break, if you feel comfortable calling it that. For it was at that museum that Robert Ripley saw her and hired her to work for him. Working for Ripley at only 2 years old, Betty Lou was earning $250 a week. That is the equivalent of $5,400 a week in today's 2022 money, and that was just the start for her. She would earn considerably more as she grew into adulthood. And she wasn't selfish with her money at all. She bought a 260-acre ranch for her parents so that they could live well and have their futures secured. One source claims that she spent $40,000 on the ranch. She also paved the way for all of her siblings to attend college. From being a money-making toddler, Betty Lou matured into an attractive adult woman. This ended up being a blessing and a curse. A blessing because Ripley believed that because she was pretty, she should have been paid more. So he paid her more. By the 1950s, she was regularly earning $750 to $1,000 a week, basically up to $11,000 per week in today's money. Sometimes she'd even earn a little more than that. Her beauty was a curse in the regard that, coupled with her very high earnings, it made her a target for male admirers who wanted to use her for her money. Today's story comes from this issue of Jet magazine, dated June 10th, 1954. The article is titled, "Four-Legged Girl's Ex-GI Fiancé Exposed as Fake Army Officer." And it reads, quote, "A smooth-talking, downy-cheeked Louisiana youth who arrived in New York in April claimed to be an ex-Army captain and said he would marry four-legged girl Betty Lou Williams, was exposed as a dishonorably discharged ex-private. The phony ex-captain, 21-year-old Ernest J. Lombard, Jr., told New York reporters that he had served 11 years in the Army and was a medical corps instructor before his discharge in San Antonio this spring. A check at the Pentagon, however, disclosed that Lombard only served 13 months in the Army and was discharged for fraud. Faced with the facts of his Army career, Lombard told Jet, "I was trying to make a big impression on Betty Lou." He added that he had planned to invest some of her $750 a week earnings in a home, a car, and some business ventures, then take his chances after she learned the truth. Lombard admitted, "I wanted to use Betty Lou. Then, explained, later I fell in love with her, really in love with her." A native of New Iberia, Louisiana, he said he married at 15, fathered 2 children, then obtained a divorce. He said his ex-wife, Julia Shepard, still lives in Louisiana. Making a clean breast of his past, the self-styled officer said he would catch a plane out of New York as soon as I can, then added, "It's too bad that Betty Lou is the one to be hurt by all of this." Lombard also admitted that he never worked a day in his life, declaring women had taken care of him since he was 15. He said, "I found women have always been weak for me, and I took advantage of it." He also revealed that irate husbands in several states are looking for him for breaking up their homes. Miss Williams, a sideshow and circus attraction, is appearing this summer at Coney Island. Her contract prohibits her from getting married until September. End quote. And wow. So, not quite an ex-Army captain, a dishonorably discharged ex-private. The only good thing that came out of this is that his privates did not dishonorably discharge into this 4-legged woman who was in love with this lying scammer. Of course, the playboy, Ernest J. Lombard Jr., was discharged for fraud, of all things. And here he was, after his shameful exit from the Army, attempting to defraud this woman out of her money under the false pretenses of love and marriage. So he wanted to make a big impression on Betty Lou by telling her all of the things that he was going to do for them with her money. If this doesn't show how desperate some women were to get married, I don't know what does. I know that it was a different time, so I won't judge her too harshly for that. Most women in those days were desperate for marriage, and I'm sure that having 4 legs didn't make things easier for her. But I do hope that in all of his lies to her, that he at least lied about having some money of his own. Perhaps that was implied in the lie that he told about his status with the Army. Regardless, I think that it's extra disgusting that he wanted to spend her money and then just take his chances after the truth came out, after he would have tied her down by marrying her. Now, Ernest admitted that he wanted to use Betty Lou, but later said that he really did fall in love with her. We can never truly know one way or another if this is honestly how he felt, but what do you think? Let me know in the comments section if you think that Ernest was really in love with Betty Lou, or if he only wanted to use her for her money. So, at the time of this story, he was 21 years old, but boy oh boy, he didn't waste any time getting with the ladies as soon as he could. Married at 15, 2 kids shortly thereafter, breaking up homes from state to state before ever turning 21? How did he find the time to become a captain in the Army with all of that activity going on? Oh, wait, he didn't. And women had always taken care of him since he was 15 because he was so good looking. Seeing that he got married at 15, I guess that his wife was the first woman to financially support him, and the ridiculousness continued with all of the married women that he cheated with after that. You know, the ones who had all those angry husbands on the lookout for this little fraudster. I think that the only thing that I believe that he said that was actually true was that he never worked a day in his life, which is what would have made Betty Lou the perfect victim for him. Being a circus sideshow attraction, she was already vulnerable and isolated, and the money that she was making would have made her a very attractive target for a low-life swindler like Ernest. To put it in proper perspective, the $750 a week that Betty Lou was earning that this article mentioned, there are some people who don't make that $750 a week today. But that money, it had the buying power of over $8,000 per week today. Oh yeah, there is one more thing that I agree with Ernest about. His quote, "It's too bad that Betty Lou is the one to be hurt by all of this." Yeah, that is true. So why in the heck did you do it? And that never stopped Betty Lou from wanting to marry him. When his cover was blown, he left her and took a great deal of her money with him. Later that same year, 1954, Betty Lou died at the age of 22. Her friends thought that she literally died of a broken heart because she was so distraught about his leaving her. That stress probably didn't help her in the end, but there were other medical concerns that Betty Lou was facing at the end of her life, and I'll discuss them briefly. From the time that Jet magazine started writing short articles about Betty Lou in 1951, they didn't stop until she died. In Jet's 1952 Christmas Day issue, Betty Lou wrote a 3-page story describing her life experience. This is how she started it. Quote, "They call me the world's greatest wonder. I am the girl the carnival ballyhoo men spiel about when they invite you to step up and see the woman with 1 head, 2 bodies, 3 arms, and 4 legs. I am a freak. I was born that way and shall remain as I am for as long as I live. Chances are that you have seen or heard of me if you have visited a carnival in the last 19 years, because I have traveled all over the country with sideshows." End quote. From there, she went on to discuss wanting to make the best of her life despite her deformities. She expressed her thankfulness for being what people called a freak because it allowed her to provide very well for her family, which she thought was her main purpose in life. Her 14 brothers and sisters and her parents. At the time Betty Lou wrote this article, she was 20 and had been working for 19 years. Some people who watched my previous video about her asked in the comments section, if she was making so much money, why didn't she get an operation to remove the extra legs? Well, that was a question that people would commonly ask her, and she answered in her writing saying that she would never risk death to become normal. Plus, she'd heard of a 4-legged man who died during an operation to have his additional 2 legs removed. Not only would she not risk death to become normal, but she wrote that she would not have risked her lifestyle either because she enjoyed earning her fabulous salary. Another question she was commonly asked was if she would ever commit suicide. She made it very clear that she would never. She loved life, even though people could be cruel to her sometimes. She also expressed a longing desire to get married to a normal man and to stop working and become a stay-at-home wife. But she knew that she would have to do that after her siblings finished college because she felt it wouldn't have been right to tie a man down with over a dozen dependents. Betty Lou was planning for a future beyond circus life. She revealed in her story that she was attending college. She was learning how to become a stenographer so that she could have a steady career when the carnivals stopped calling her for work. She ended her story by writing, quote, "You see, I'm planning for the future. I want it to be a rich, meaningful one. I'm not really different from you, am I?" End quote. Just before Christmas the following year, 1953, Betty Lou splurged on herself for a change and bought a new car, an Oldsmobile that she had customized to allow space for her extra legs. Then in May of 1954 started the saga of Betty Lou and the man she wanted to marry. At least that's when the story started in the press. Betty Lou claimed that she met the man, Ernest Lombard, in San Antonio in 1953, and they fell in love. I do believe that she fell in love. She said that they would get married as soon as some personal problems were ironed out, but she never said what those personal problems were. He claimed to be an Army ex-captain and an 11-year veteran at the age of 26, That seems really ambitious. A lot of experience for such a young person. Perhaps it was this story that prompted the Pentagon to investigate him and blow his cover the following month. He was, in fact, a dishonorably discharged private first class. At the time of that story, the two were staying in a double suite in a hotel. No doubt on Betty Lou's dime. Even after Ernest was exposed, Betty Lou still wanted to go on with the wedding. Her parents were not having any part of her decision to be with him. After being exposed as a fraud by the Pentagon, he ran home to Louisiana. But it turns out that he came back to Betty Lou. He started taking singing lessons at a Broadway school in an effort to prepare to go into a show business career with Betty Lou. They were planning on working together as a vaudeville team act after her contract was done at Coney Island. Then, just 2 weeks after the announcement of her fiancé's vocal lessons, Betty Lou came down with a severe case of tonsillitis. It was so serious that she had to have her tonsils removed, and her exhibit had to be shut down until she could return to work. Then, just 3 weeks later, at the beginning of September, Betty Lou had a very bad asthma attack. It was at this point that her doctors realized that she was allergic to cigar and cigarette smoke, to which she almost certainly would have been exposed while on the job. Then, 1 month later, in October of 1954, it was reported that while Betty Lou was working at the State Fair in Trenton, New Jersey, she suffered an asthma attack as well as a heart attack. Then she died. That particular report claimed that she was one of 15 children, being the fourth born. There are so many conflicting stories about the number of siblings that she had that I don't feel comfortable saying I know for sure which one is accurate or if any of them are accurate. I can't even pinpoint the exact date for her death. Some sources say 1955, but I know that that's incorrect. She died in 1954. And considering that I know Jet 2 basically have reported their stories about 2 weeks after the events occurred, I feel safe saying that Betty Lou either died in late September or early October of 1954, since her death was covered in the October 14th issue of Jet magazine. I do hate that she spent her last months pining for a user. It seems like such a sad ending for someone who lived her life being so generous to the people she loved. This isn't a story about Black women. This is a story about rich women. This is a story for any woman who has ever married down or is thinking about it. There are consequences that come with marrying down in the name of love. Now, if you don't know who Kandi Burruss is, let me catch you up really quickly. She's a member of the R&B group Escape, a very popular group from the 1990s, and they still tour today. Kandi is also a Grammy Award-winning songwriter. She co-wrote No Scrubs by TLC and Bills, Bills, Bills by Destiny's Child. She was a cast member of The Real Housewives of Atlanta for over a decade, and beyond all of that, she built a business empire. Restaurants, a trucking company, Broadway productions, and more. The woman is worth an estimated $30 million, and at the time of this video's release, she's prepping for a 3-month run on Broadway, joining the cast of And Juliet as Angelique. In 2011, she met a man named Todd Tucker. He was a line producer on her reality show. They got engaged in 2013 and married in 2014. Their wedding was such a spectacle that the Bravo network filmed it as its own 5-part spin-off series. But here's the thing. Kandi's mother, Mama Joyce, was staunchly opposed to the marriage from the start. She didn't believe that Kandi and Todd were economically compatible. And she never bit her tongue about her thoughts on Todd, and she often came across as mean-spirited in the way that she would talk about him. Though now, I must say, maybe, just maybe, Mama Joyce was right. She pushed hard for Kandi to get a prenup because she was worried that Todd would take financial advantage of her daughter. Candy didn't take her mother's first piece of advice, which was to not marry him at all, but she did get that prenup signed. Fast forward to November 2025, after 11 years of marriage, Candy filed for divorce, and almost immediately, Todd fired back. He's now challenging the validity of that prenup, claiming that he was pressured to sign it without his lawyer present moments before the wedding ceremony.
Todd, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. You just ready to get this over with?
Yes.
Okay, you're done.
I'm good. How signing this prenup proves once and for all that I'm in this relationship because I love Candy, not because I want her money.
Go there.
So be real.
Okay. Then you and I already had a conversation about how we think things should flow.
We did.
You know, all of a sudden, you coming back, oh, my lawyer said we ain't gonna be able to get this done.
You know,
so you think you should get some money?
Come on, listen to me. I don't want your fucking money, man. Damn, that's all y'all think about is money. You, your mama, all y'all.
What's that? That's what you thinking about.
Okay.
He's demanding primary custody of their 2 children, and the angle here seems to be, if I can't get more cash, I'll get child support. And if the prenup gets thrown out, he's made it clear he'll be seeking alimony. But Candy's legal team pointed out that the entire journey to signing that prenup was filmed and broadcast on Bravo Television, with Todd's full knowledge and consent. There's footage of him saying he was, quote, good to sign, after speaking with his lawyers on and off camera. The very show that made their love story public might be the thing that saves Candy's fortune. If Bravo clips end up being the downfall of Todd's divorce claims, it would be an ironic ending to a marriage that blossomed because of the Bravo network. And here's where it gets even uglier. Reports have surfaced that Candy discovered Todd had been talking to other women behind her back, which some people think is odd because they were in an open marriage and reportedly regularly welcomed other women into their bed. There are videos floating around on social media where Todd makes remarks that suggest he wasn't even attracted to her, which is insane to me personally. I think that Candy is a beautiful woman. And I want you to sit with that for a second, because what we're watching in real time is a man who couldn't cope with being the significantly smaller earner. He can't match what she built, so now he's trying to tear it down. He's trying to drag her down and through the mud because his ego couldn't survive being in her shadow. And when my friend and YouTube colleague Color Me Pink made a video about this situation, I left a comment. You can see my comment and the replies here. Someone in the comments asked, but what if it were in reverse? Would we be having the same conversation? And my answer is this. Until these men who marry up are comfortable with not being labeled as head of household, until they're okay with being called the roommate or the dependent, this whole what if it was reversed argument doesn't fly. We don't live in that world. We live in this one, the one where men want to be seen as head of household. But more than that, they need to feel it. And in this world, not some imaginary equal one, money is the marker. When a woman significantly out-earns her husband, he often feels small. And some men turn that smallness into resentment, entitlement, and or sabotage. And listen, the gold digger conversation does happen with women. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't. Some women are gold diggers. But here's the truth. When a woman marries a wealthy man, works alongside him, rears the children, and genuinely contributes to the marriage, and then they divorce, she still gets called a gold digger. She can prove her worth 6 ways to Sunday, and people will still say she was just in it for the money. But when a man like Todd marries a wealthy woman like Candy and does far less, some people, as you can see from some of these comments, will still bend over backwards to defend him. He wasn't broke or a bum, when literally no one said that he was. He contributed. He was there. The bar for these men is on the floor, and they still get the benefit of the doubt. Now, some people might like to believe that this is just a Kandi Burruss problem, like this is just a reality TV thing, but let me read you a list of names and tell me if you see a pattern. Hint, the pattern does not lie in this being a thing that only happens with Black women. Janet Jackson had to pay Rene Elizondo Jr. about $15 million. He had been one of her backup dancers, and when he became her ex-husband, she had to pay. Madonna had to pay Guy Ritchie somewhere between $76 and $92 million, one of the largest divorce payouts in history, and she was the one writing the check. All of these amounts are just what has been reported. I don't know the exact figures. He actually became known as Mr. Madonna during the course of their relationship. I'm sure that he loved that. Wendy Williams was paying Kevin Hunter $37,500 a month plus $250,000 so he could find a new home. Another man who came up on the husband-to-manager pipeline. Britney Spears followed Janet Jackson's footsteps in more ways than one. She was ordered to pay Kevin Federline $20,000 a month, a backup dancer who she was married to for just 2 years, and she lost custody of her children in the process. Mel B had to pay Stephen Belafonte a $350,000 settlement, $15,000 a month in spousal support, and $500,000 in legal fees. Roseanne Barr had to pay former blue-collar worker and fledgling stand-up comedian Tom Arnold $50 million because they didn't have a prenup. Sherry Shepard pays Lamar Sally $6,400 a month for a child she tried to disown. Kirstie Alley paid 1970s heartthrob Parker Stevenson $6 million. Many would say that before their marriage was over, her career was thriving and he was a washed-up actor. Mary J. Blige was ordered to pay her husband manager, Kendu Isaacs, $30,000 a month. He even included a line item for gym fees or a personal trainer because, that kind of physique doesn't just make itself. Anna Faris paid Benjamin Indra $900,000 after his career stalled while hers took off. Toni Braxton had to pay Carrie Lewis, a keyboardist for R&B group Mint Condition, $30,000 a month. Kate Winslet paid Jim Thrippleton $4 million. Halle Berry pays Olivier Martinez, a.k.a. the French Brad Pitt, $8,000 a month, plus a percentage of everything she earns over $2 million. Adele reportedly paid Simon Konecki $171 million. Former WNBA player Candace Parker had to pay Sheldon Williams $400,000, and he made $12 million in his own NBA career. Kelly Clarkson paid her husband manager, Brandon Blackstock, $45,000 a month. She was able to stop making those payments because he, sadly, died in August 2025. So you see, this isn't a Black woman problem. This isn't a white woman problem. This is a rich woman problem. And it's been happening for a lot longer than any of us have been alive. As a matter of fact, the story I'm about to tell you happened almost 100 years ago. Different woman, different century, same outcome. A woman who built an empire, who was one of the wealthiest Black women in America, made the mistake of marrying a man who couldn't handle being smaller than she was. And just like Todd Tucker is doing right now to Kandi Burruss, this man tried to take half of everything she built, a business he had no part in creating. Her name was Annie Turnbo Malone. She was the mentor to Madam C.J. Walker. And had she married a better match, or not married at all, there's a big chance that her name would ring bells the way that Madam C.J. Walker's name still does to this day. But Annie's husband, Aaron Eugene Malone, was a weight that she never truly managed to release. And after their divorce and divorce settlement, she was never quite the same. Let's get into it. Both women became millionaires in the 1910s, each selling her own brand of hair care products. Both women are to be celebrated, but a lot more people are familiar with the name and story of Madam C.J. Walker, who was known as the first black millionaire and the first woman to become a self-made millionaire. Before her time, there were certainly white women who were millionaires, but it was because of inherited wealth, usually from a husband or father. And often, when the name Madam C.J. Walker is getting some praise, there's a group of people, usually who are from St. Louis, angrily asking, but what about Annie Turnbo Malone? I understand the questioning as much as I hate it. I'll explain why a little later. But more than anything today, I want to honor both of them, talk about their similarities and their differences. For example, they both married men who they basically employed. A similarity. But while Madam C.J. Walker married a man who was a newspaper advertising salesman and therefore could and did help her to elevate her business, Annie Turnbo Malone married a man who had been a teacher, and she elevated him to the office of president of her company. He was not qualified to run her business in the capacity that was required of him. And when he divorced her in 1927, she paid dearly, which is why I say that although a picture has been painted that calls out Madam C.J. Walker as Annie Turnbo Malone's rival, her real rival was her husband, Aaron Eugene Malone. Annie Turnbo was sleeping with the enemy, and he was a flaming hot mess. Let's get into it. But first, if you like these videos about the most scandalous people from yesteryear who make Ty's Hot Mess History a time capsule for the culture, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can know every time that I upload content. And please hit that thumbs up to support this video for free. Thank you. Now, on to why you are here. If all of your knowledge about Madam C.J. Walker and Annie Turnbo Malone came from Netflix's self-made miniseries, delete that from your mind right now. That story did neither one of those amazing women any justice. No matter how much or how little you know about either lady, let's kind of start over. Let's talk about their backgrounds. Annie Turnbo Malone was born Annie Minerva Turnbo in 1869 in Metropolis, Illinois, to parents who were formerly enslaved. She was the 10th of 11 children, and she was orphaned when she was a very young girl. It's an understatement to say that her childhood was rough, but one thing that always seemed to be able to lift her spirits was styling her sister's hair, and she was really good at it. Annie attended public school when she went to live with an older sister in Peoria. She started high school but was not able to finish due to frequent illness that kept her from attending class regularly. But one of her favorite subjects was chemistry, and she would put it to use just a few years after having to drop out of school. Annie was also an observant girl and learned the importance of grooming and appearance for Black women. It was always a plus to look good, but Annie understood that having a pleasing appearance was an indicator of a woman's social standing. She used that knowledge as a motivating factor to put her passion for hairstyling to good use for herself and for Black women in general. And to be clear, Annie started serving Black women not in an effort to be divisive and not serve white women. When she started off catering to Black women around the year 1900, it was because the Black women of her time had practically no one who knew how to care for their hair, and there was a major lack of products and tools that Black women needed. The exact opposite was the case for white women, so Annie tapped into a virtually unserved market. Remember, Annie's parents were former slaves, so in 1900, a lot of the Black population in the United States had either been enslaved or were first-generation free women and men. So times were really hard. A lot of people didn't have running water, which is a must for a healthy hair routine of any type. And education about anything was a luxury, but certainly education about how to care for curly, coily, and kinky hair just wasn't even a thing. Black women got off of the plantation and went into the workforce. And those who wanted jobs that paid better than a servant's wage would need to assimilate, make their hair look smooth and presentable, which meant most often less like their own natural texture, and as smooth and straight as they could possibly get, closer to the texture of a white woman's hair. And black women in those days were doing some counterproductive and downright dangerous things in order to achieve straight hair. Very commonly, they would use animal fats and even soap and bacon grease as straightening agents. Bacon grease, can you imagine? Then, thankfully, Annie Turnbo came along to share the hair care line that she had developed and started using on her sister's hair and her own. Her flagship product was called Hair Grower, and it became a bestseller for her. But she wasn't just selling products. She was also servicing her clients, treating their hair and scalps. One by one, she was educating black women on how to care for their hair, and they were seeing results, so they became her customers. After finding success in Illinois, Annie Turnbo moved her operations to St. Louis, where she continued manufacturing her products, but on a larger scale. And she opened the Poirot College Company. There, she would continue to provide hair and scalp treatments for her customers and also train other women to provide the same services and hire sales agents to go door to door selling her hair care products. And it was there in St. Louis where she met Sarah Breedlove. Sarah came in as a client who was going bald due to illness, a poor diet, and lack of proper hair and scalp hygiene. And I want to be clear that when I say lack of hygiene, this applied to most Americans across the country, both black and white. Most people at this time didn't have the things that we take for granted today, like electricity and indoor plumbing. But back to Sarah Breedlove. After her hair started growing because of Annie's treatments, she enrolled at Poirot College, became a Poirot sales agent for Annie, then eventually she became Annie's biggest business rival. Sarah Breedlove was Madam C.J. Walker. Now, before I tell you about the hot mess that is Annie's husband, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Madam C.J. Walker. I don't feel the need to spend a lot of time here because a lot more people know about her than know about Annie Turnbo. And there's a lot more information that one can easily find about Madam C.J. Walker for those who want to learn more. I'm just going to talk about the similarities between these two women and a couple of differences that I believe are the reasons why Madam C.J. Walker's name is still more widely celebrated than Annie Turnbo Malone's, even though Annie Turnbo was successful in business before Madam C.J. Walker. Like Annie Turnbo, Madam Walker was born to parents who had been enslaved. Also like Annie, she was the second last born of her siblings, though Walker came from a smaller family. She only had 5 siblings. Like Annie, she was also born into freedom, not slavery. Another similarity, she was orphaned at an early age and had to live with siblings. And just like Annie, Madam Walker also learned at a very young age that black women who were put together well got more respect and were treated better in society. She had a very rough start at life, but she was determined to get to the other side where she would be treated like those refined black women. And obviously, just like Annie Malone, Madam C.J. Walker also started her own black hair products company that earned her a fortune. Both women built schools to train women how to use their products and start their own businesses. Both women employed sales agents that worked not only in this country, the United States, but many countries around the world. Alaska, which in the 1910s was not yet a part of the United States, Canada, countries in Central and South America, many island nations in the Caribbean, the Philippines, and even some countries in Africa. Both women bought a lot of real estate. Madam C.J. Walker even owned a drugstore, a coffee shop, and a theater which still exists today and is in use as the Madam Walker Legacy Center. And both of these women donated a lot of money to a lot of worthy causes. Also, both ladies married more than once, and they both brought on their husbands to help them run their businesses. And this is where some dissimilarities come into play that were critical in their journeys. Unlike Annie, Walker did not receive a formal education, but this is actually where she got the edge on Annie Turnbo. because she knew how to learn from people who were smarter than she and how to delegate duties for the things that she did not know how to do. And she had a real knack for picking just the right people. Her third husband, Charles Joseph Walker, was one of those right people for business, not marriage. He was known to cheat on Madam CJ quite openly, even with one of her employees. But when they started in business together, he helped her to get her already successful business to the next level. Now, Madam CJ Walker is someone to be admired. I don't care how you slice it. But her start in the hair care business looks shady at best. And I think this is why any Turnbo Malone supporters get bent out of shape when they see how much Madam CJ Walker is celebrated. In 1905, Walker was still working as a Poro agent for Annie Turnbo. She relocated to Denver, Colorado to sell their products there. In the same year, she also started developing her own products that seemed to be very similar to Annie's. This is how she said she got the formula for her products. Quote, "God answered my prayer. For one night I had a dream, and in that dream, a big black man appeared to me and told me what to mix up for my hair." End quote. A black man told you something useful? Ha, you're right. Well, I'm just kidding about that, y'all. But seriously, that was her story. That was what she said. Now, I'm just going to say that I don't believe that. I 100% believe that she was, let's say, heavily inspired by Annie Turnbo's products that were right in her house because she was selling them. I see her very much as the John Amos character from Coming to America, whose McDowell fast food restaurant seemed to have a lot of similarity with McDonald's. After all, Walker was selling Poro Hair Grower. Then she created Wonderful Hair Grower. I think that that's more than a coincidence, but I have to point out that this formula was nothing new. It had been around for more than 100 years, so it didn't belong to Annie or Walker. As a matter of fact, they weren't even the only two people who were selling it. They were just the biggest names in the game. A news page from the New York Age in 1915 shows 5 different companies selling some variation of the same product. Each company just put their own spin on it, maybe adding an extra oil or a fragrance, then putting it out on the market. But Annie Turnbo and Madam Walker are the ones who became the most successful at it, which brings us back to Madam Walker's husband. He was a newspaper man in advertising sales. He knew about advertising and what made a product sell, and he had a lot of connections that he used to help Madam CJ expand her business rapidly. She had gained a lot of knowledge from the Poro College, very likely also studying Annie's products, and from her brothers. 3 of them were barbers and owned their own barbershop. There's no doubt that at the start, Madam CJ Walker and her husband were partners, each who brought something unique and very necessary to the business. Unlike Aaron Eugene Malone, Annie Turnbo's husband. They had known each other in childhood, then reacquainted as adults. He made a living for himself in education, first as a teacher, then later as a school principal. Though at the time Annie Turnbo reunited with him in adulthood, he was a Bible salesman. The couple had reportedly dated in high school, then in 1914, Aaron ran into Annie and rekindled the sparks, and asked her to marry him. She said yes, then the Topeka Plain Dealer wrote all about it. Their wedding would take place on April 28, 1914. One thing that I find interesting about the coverage of the upcoming nuptials was that Annie and Aaron were described as wealthy, both of them. He was dressed up as some businessman and property owner. Annie was described as being at the very top of her field with a thriving business, the biggest of its kind. Keep that in mind, because when we get to the point in their relationship when he sues her for divorce in 1927, none of his properties are included in the marital assets that need to be split, just Annie's company, which he said that he helped to get off the ground. He made it sound as if she hadn't been wildly successful before he entered the picture. Annie did her best to make the public believe that Aaron was a suitable financial match for her. She was covering for him. She propped him up to make it seem as though he came into the relationship with more money than she had, and later, that he was the reason for the success of her Poirot brand. She would come to regret this decision. But she did it because she was a product of her era. It was the 1910s and 1920s, a time when men prided themselves on financially providing for their wives. For a woman of her stature to marry down would have been shameful and embarrassing. She didn't want to make him look like a broke fool, because it would have reflected badly on her, too. And Aaron was lucky. He had not only Annie's help to make him look good, but the local press, too. For example, in a very short story that was about Aaron, according to its title, which was Malone, once teacher, now a rich manufacturer, the story went on to detail how Annie made a federal income tax payment of over $38,000 for 1 year, which made her one of the largest taxpayers in her city. Adjusted for inflation, that is almost $700,000 in today's 2024 money, which proves that Annie was making some serious dough in the 1920s. Yet the title was about Aaron going from being a teacher to a rich manufacturer. He rode her coattails and she let him, until she got tired of it. Actually, until he got tired of it, and we'll get there, but for years, this couple put on a perfect show. They were St. Louis's favorite and richest Black power couple. They donated a lot of money to schools, social causes, and political leaders. Annie's school building provided more than just a place for her Poirot women to learn her hair care system. Again, this was the 1910s and 1920s, and even though Annie and the Black people in her circle had a lot of money, America was still very segregated. So if they wanted to go someplace extravagant, their skin color would prevent them from being admitted into white establishments. But all was well. Annie saw this problem and fixed it by allowing the doors of Poirot College to open for banquets and a myriad of social functions. She, as the founder, and Aaron, as the president of Poirot, were everything that any Black couple could aspire to be. Or so they thought from the outside looking in. However, truthfully, Annie was getting tired of her husband, and the public just didn't know. But they would find out in February of 1927 when he filed to divorce her. Just her, not her money. He still wanted that. So, how did the couple get here? Because when the times were good, they seemed to be really good. Annie and Aaron were called the leaders of the St. Louis Negro world. Business was going so well that Poirot had 75,000 agents selling its products all over the globe. They were bringing in $250,000 per year. That's almost $8 million in today's money. And when the money is rolling in like that, what do? You spend it, and the Malones did. They traveled to Europe several times in their 13-year marriage. Sometimes it was for business, to check on their operations there, but often it was for pleasure. And you have to understand that transatlantic travel was not something that people could easily just do for fun in those days, especially Black people. And not only could Annie afford to take those trips, but she could afford to take those trips in style, in first-class accommodations. I think that this one sentence from the St. Louis Star and Times illustrates their lifestyle succinctly. Quote, "They had toured Europe together, and they had lived in a style that most persons of any color could never attain." End quote. She was respected by wealthy white businessmen because she was earning as much money as they were. Annie was already doing quite well before Aaron came into the picture. She was earning, by our standards, $850,000 per year. Aaron did add a little value, but not anywhere near as much as he gave himself credit for. His contribution was a relatively small one, using his former Bible sales stops as places to distribute her products. The Malones were always attending and even hosting charity functions. And when they hosted anything, they did it on a grand scale at the school. In 1920, they added a huge reception hall to the school that enabled them to really go all out for their social functions. I can't stress just how big of a deal this was, especially for the handful of upper-middle-class Black people who had money to donate to charity and spend on tuxedos and ball gowns and luxury cars. They couldn't simply just rent out white-owned banquet halls at that time. Annie's ballroom gave them a meeting place for their version of high society, and its opening was covered by Black newspapers from all over the nation and attended by wealthy Black people from several states. In the 3 years before their divorce, they had given away over $90,000 in donations to a number of organizations, attending those galas all dressed up and hand in hand. Among those recipients of funds from the Malones were Howard University and what was then called the Negro YMCA. These two were the picture of a loving, supportive couple. Now, the citizens of St. Louis were surprised to hear about this divorce filing when it came, but Annie most likely wasn't. Things at home had not been feeling lovey-dovey for well over a year before Aaron filed to divorce her. Here's what the divorce petition revealed. The Malones had been living at Poro College for at least a couple of years before the divorce. There were a number of living quarters there, so that's not really the issue. The problem was that the couple had been living in separate quarters since February 28, 1925, almost 2 years before Aaron filed for divorce. Not only had they not been living together, they had not spoken to each other since May of 1926. That's 8 months of silence. 8 months of not having to hear the old ball and chain nag. Sounds like a vacation, right, fellas? No, again, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, ladies. Here's what Aaron had to say about Annie. Quote, Malone charges that Mrs. Malone had an ungovernable temper, that she falsely accused him of infidelity, and has refused to speak to him since May. He charges that on February 28, 1925, he returned home one night to find his clothes in the students' quarters, with the locks on his family quarters and the library changed. He alleges that this action was a desertion, and it is on this ground that the divorce is sought. End quote. When I say that Aaron gave himself too much credit for the success of the Poro Corporation, this is what I mean and why Annie was so upset. As a corporation, Poro had 100 shares of stock. Annie did not like that 97 of those 100 were in her husband's name. At some point, the corporation dissolved and a partnership agreement was made, with each party having half interest. But by this point, he had proven himself to be greedy and not trustworthy. All of this was going on behind the scenes while the Malones continued to put on happy faces for the public to see. But if any of those people who were admiring the Malones' relationship up close had a keen eye, they might have been able to detect a few cracks in their marital facade, because a couple of incidents took place right before their very eyes. Annie would hold graduation ceremonies for the women who attended Poro College and mastered various hair care and styling techniques. After she got married, both she and Aaron would attend and perform duties at the graduations. Each year, Aaron would make the commencement speech and Annie would present the diplomas. Well, when it came time for the June graduation of 1925, Annie took a little vacation and left the city, leaving Aaron to give the speech and perform her usual task of handing out the diplomas. One might call her actions a bit passive-aggressive. What do you think? Annie was fed up. She'd had it up to here. If I were on camera, you'd see my hand slightly above my head, indicating her level of piss-offedness at her coattail-riding husband, but alas, I'm not on camera. Here's another example of one of her public displays of resentment for her husband that was printed in the St. Louis Star. While the Malones were hosting a banquet in their fabulous ballroom, Annie ordered for Aaron's plate and chair to be removed from the head of the table. Boy, oh boy. If that was not the most public way of saying, you are not the head of this household, I don't know what is. And it was at that moment that he knew that he needed to file for divorce. As long as she didn't respect him privately, it was okay, because he could still look like the big man to the public. But public disrespect in front of their rich circle proved to be too much for Aaron's ego to bear. And with the divorce story now public, Annie went on and spoke her piece. Now, we all know that Annie had an innate knowledge of how Black women needed to present themselves in order to be respected. That was a huge part of her business, giving Black women the right hair to help them get their feet in the doors of the right places, along with teaching etiquette and anything else that would help Black women appear to be more polished. That was who she was. But after Aaron called her out, all of that etiquette went out of the door. She went into full-blown code-switching mode. In case you don't know what code-switching is, it is simply customizing one's style of speech to address a particular situation or audience. So, while I'm sure that 95% of the time, this is the Annie that people got. Hello, I'm Annie Turnbo Malone. Welcome to Poro College, where I can show you the science of growing your hair and growing your bank account. This is the Annie that they got after Aaron filed for divorce and started flapping his gums about her to the press. Aaron? That sorry-ass, good-for-nothing, broke-ass Negro didn't run a goddamn thing over here. This lazy, Bible-selling Negro didn't have 2 pairs of shoes when I met him. He came around me creeping on a come-up. Okay. I'm paraphrasing slightly, and I'm sure that she didn't say all of that, but she did say a lot. On January 15th, 1927, she made a public statement about her husband's request for a divorce and his claims against her. It was printed in the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, and here are her own words. Quote, "All I can say is, God forgive him, for he knows not what he does. That college belongs to me to the last penny, and now he claims partnership, saying he made Poro College a national institution. I gave him the job of manager of Poro College in 1914 when we were married, so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. But he was only technically a manager and never contributed even an idea to the business. I transacted business as usual, thought out every move and directed every step, and let him think it was his doing. I did that to avert just this controversy. But he would continue to antagonize me and everyone he came in contact with, and the break finally had to come." End quote. My. Since the 1920s, it has never worked well for these wealthy, famous women to marry the hired help. Ask Mary J. Blige, Kelly Clarkson, and Wendy Williams. I'm sure that there are many more examples that you can think of. Put them in the comments. After all that Annie had to say about Aaron and his audacity to sue her, it remained his contention that it was his business experience that had made Poro a success, even though his only prior business experience had been selling Bibles. Nevertheless, he wanted half interest in Poro College. After Aaron filed for the divorce, the couple didn't waste any time getting on with the process. They both hired lawyers. Annie's attorney was Charles Nagel. Just before Annie hired him, President Calvin Coolidge had appointed him to head a governmental agricultural commission. He was a prominent, high-class heavy hitter. Aaron's lawyer was a man named Edward Forrestal, and he had a reputation for winning cases that most people said had no merit. He took on big money cases, and as a rule, part of his fee was 50% of whatever he won for his clients. So he had every reason to take on Aaron as a client. He had the potential to make a huge fortune off of him. Early in the proceedings, Annie took a loss when the judge presiding over the divorce temporarily removed her as head of the organization and replaced her with a court-appointed receiver. His duties were to sign all checks and control her massive daily income. For as long as the receivership was in place, he superseded Annie in authority of her own business. On his first day at Poro, he called all of the department heads in for a meeting, in which he informed them that he was putting a stop payment on all outstanding checks. The most important detail that he let them know was that he was the boss now. The St. Paul Echo described him as a gentleman of the crimson neck variety. And I must say that that is the most colorful way that I have ever seen anyone call a man a white man. And he did make a point to let Annie's staff know that things would be different because he was a white man who was now in charge. The whole situation was messy, but finally on May 23rd, the couple was divorced. But oddly enough, the St. Louis Star reported that Annie was awarded her divorce. And I can't really explain that since the husband is the one who filed. Maybe she filed separately and later. I won't pretend to know. I'm just sharing with you what I learned from my sources. It was reported that she paid a $200,000 settlement to him. Remember that his lawyer got to keep half of that. And even though that $200,000 made him rich, Aaron continued being a grubby little scoundrel with women. Well, with people in general. During the process of the divorce, he hired a woman named Maddie Beasley to be his own personal stenographer. He promised to pay her $10 a week plus a $2,500 flat fee. He paid her all the $10 weekly payments, but never the $2,500. Right after he settled for his payday from Annie, he was sued 4 times within 1 week from July 18th to the 23rd, all stemming from the side deals that he had related to Annie's business, directly or indirectly. Another lawsuit was from a man named William Dawson, who also owned an interest in Annie's property. But he was suing Aaron because his dealings had been with him. He was looking for $7,500. I wasn't able to find out how these lawsuits ended, but it sounds like Aaron continued to be Aaron. He got married again and died in 1953. His second wife left him years before he died. She just never divorced him. Now, that was Annie's ex-husband. But remember how I told you about a number of things that set Madam C.J. Walker apart and frankly ahead of Mrs. Malone? One of those differences was that Madam Walker had a knack for hiring competent and trustworthy people to help her run her business. Annie didn't have that going for her, and her husband was only one of a number of people who brought lawsuits against her and or her company, thus adding to its downfall. Shortly after she married Aaron, another man sued her, and he had made claims that were very similar to her husband's. This man's name was Walter Majors, and his lawsuit was weird. Like her husband, he claimed that it was he who did all of the work to put her business on the map and gave her all of the ideas that put money in her pockets. Well, Annie claimed that this man was nothing more than her chauffeur. This case got even crazier when Annie's lawyer quit defending her, because she told him that she was only going to pay his entire fee if she won. According to the St. Louis Dispatch, he told her, "I am my own judge when I need money," and he left her to find another lawyer. Also, in the same article, it was very clear that the paper had a problem with the notion that Poro College was a college. The word was written several times, and every time in quotations, to the point that it got ridiculous. It was super petty. The writer also seemed to have an issue with the fact that Annie had a fancy car and liveried servants. I understand that Poro wasn't a 4-year university, but beauty school or cosmetology school is school. I know that I like for my hairstylist to have a license, but I digress. Long story short, after 22 years of litigation, Annie lost the breach of contract lawsuit with this man and had to pay him $20,000 in 1937. 10 years after her divorce had been finalized, and parts of his litigation overlapped her divorce. Then, later in the same year after her divorce was finalized, Annie got hit with another weird lawsuit. This time it was a black male newspaper editor named Edgar G. Brown. For some reason, he had been escorted out of Annie's auditorium during a musical performance. Annie had him removed by police officers. Not much was written about this case, but he was suing for humiliation, claiming that he felt insulted, frightened, and humiliated as a result of being kicked out of her auditorium. And he just wanted a little pay for his pain. Just $100,000. about $1.8 million by our standards today. This fool said that the police officers were armed with nightsticks and badges. Armed with badges. And that intimidated him. I never saw the outcome of this one either, but I can't imagine that Annie would have been ordered to pay him $100,000 for getting thrown out of her venue. There were other lawsuits, but the point is that Annie had a lot of people around her who were not trustworthy, who turned their backs on her, and it sounds like there were times when she turned her own back on people who might have been doing right by her. Nevertheless, she went on to live a good life. But after paying her husband a huge sum of money in the divorce, her Poirot empire was never the same. There were a number of lawsuits, then she moved the company's headquarters to Chicago. After that came the stock market crash of 1929, then the Great Depression that negatively affected her business and almost every other business in the country. Poirot didn't go under, but it never regained its original momentum. Annie lived out the remainder of her life giving to philanthropic causes and being honored as an innovator in the black hair care industry. Her story deserves to be told, and her name deserves to be remembered. I do think that it's sad that her legacy is largely a footnote in Madam C.J. Walker's story, especially when Annie gave Walker her start in the industry. That being said, I can certainly understand why Madam Walker's name had a wider reach, and why it is still the one that is more recognized today. Madam C.J. Walker, though she did not have the education that Annie Malone had an innate ability to deliver good marketing also, and that resonated with the audience she wanted to serve. Often Annie would use biracial women in her marketing materials. They would have called them mulattoes in her day. And while this was a look that many black women aspired to back then, and some still today, they would never look like that. Most of the women who purchased those hair growers looked more like Madam Walker and Annie. So Walker put her own before and after pictures on her products, letting black women know that having a white parent wasn't the secret ingredient to long, healthy hair. Now, Madam Walker died in 1919. So she didn't get to lead her business for as long as Annie had led hers. So who's to say if maybe she would have hit some of the same stumbling blocks that Annie did in her long career. But in her time as the head of the Madam C.J. Walker Company, her business was not plagued with lawsuits in the way that Annie's was. And she hired people who she trusted and who trusted her and who wanted her to succeed. Annie just didn't have that going for her. Yet and still, she accomplished so much. And even though Madam C.J. Walker goes down in history as the first black self-made millionaire, Annie got there too. Both of these women accomplished that feat in the 1910s. Before anti-lynching laws or the civil rights movement or affirmative action, these two women who were born to parents who had been slaves became a couple of the richest people in the world. And that should be celebrated. It's recorded in history that Madam C.J. Walker was the first one to become a millionaire, and some people say that that's not true, that Annie got there first, but let's say that the history is the truth. If the Guinness Book of World Records got it right, and Madam Walker was a millionaire first, Annie was right on her heels, and she was making hundreds of thousands of dollars at that time. And if the truth is vice versa, still, both women accomplished something major. Now, I don't think that it will ever happen, but I'd love to see people move past the comparisons and scarcity mindsets when it comes to things that black women achieve and realize that there is room for all of us. I'll never forget when I was a young girl and my parents had a subscription to Ebony magazine. There was an issue that had on the cover Whitney Houston, Janet Jackson, and Anita Baker asking which one was the best. As young as I was, even then I knew that these women shouldn't have been compared in that way. They are all very different. The only thing that they had in common was their huge success, but we were told to pick one. And the same type of thing happened before then and continues now with black women. So many people are still trying to figure out who is the queen of rap instead of enjoying the fact that a lot of women are doing well in that field. And it's something that I don't even see happen with black men. I don't know how many rappers look something like this. And the people who like them, like all of them. There are no contests in which one must choose his favorite red-headed dreadlock-wearing rapper. And I could be wrong, but I don't think that the same type of comparisons exist for white women. I'm an 80s kid, and as far as I know, it was okay to like Madonna and Cyndi Lauper and Pat Benatar and Annie Lennox. White women, please let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my white friends didn't let me in on all of the pop music secrets. But there I go on another tangent. One of the points of this video is obviously that both Madam C.J. Walker and Annie Turnbo Malone deserve recognition. It should be and not or when it comes to them. Madam Walker is celebrated worldwide, and Annie's legacy is revered in St. Louis, where she made her fortune. She died in 1957 after suffering a stroke, and the Annie Malone Children and Family Services Agency still thrives today, carrying out its mission to improve the quality of life for children, something that was very near and dear to Mrs. Malone's heart. St. Louis also holds an annual Annie Malone May Day parade in their downtown. I love that the city won't let their heroine's legacy die. And I understand their frustration at why she isn't more well known. Her legacy also lives on through the sorority Zeta Phi Beta. She was inducted as an honorary member in 1926. Now, the other, maybe not so obvious point of this video is to hopefully inspire someone. I don't know when you are watching this, but I premiered it on New Year's Day 2024 for a very intentional reason. The start of a new year is often a time when people set goals and resolutions for themselves. And it is my hope that the rags to riches stories of two black women who were born to parents who were slaves inspires you to know that you can do anything. Madam C.J. Walker didn't start her company until she was 41 years old. And I believe that Annie Malone was just slightly younger, around 37 when she started hers. Today, we say that's kind of old to get something started. But I hope that you don't just enjoy this story. I mean, it's a great story, don't get me wrong. This is my favorite channel. But there is a takeaway from this story that no matter who you are, black, white, Asian, Latino, woman, or man, if you want to do something, do it. There's still time because you're still breathing. Go do the thing, whatever the thing is. Start that business. Break that addiction. Go back to school and get that degree. Lose that weight. Apply for that promotion. Leave that abusive relationship. I've done that. Start that YouTube channel. I've done that too. And I didn't start my YouTube channel until I was in my 40s. I'm still in my 40s, but you get the point. Somebody wants to hear what you have to say. We all have a unique opportunity, simply because we are here and breathing. I implore you, don't waste it. Madam C.J. Walker died at the age of 51. She was just getting started in business. I can only imagine what she would have accomplished if she had lived a little bit longer. That being said, take care of your health too. That is something that Walker did not do. And that's where you and I have an advantage. We're still breathing. You see, this thing called life, we only get one shot at it. Don't you know that graveyards are filled with people who didn't do the thing, who didn't live out their purpose because it was too hard? Life is hard. It's hard being poor and not having enough of what you need. It's also hard working your butt off, taking a risk, doing something that's fulfilling, and seeing it pay off for you and your loved ones. Which hard are you going to choose this year? It was hard for Annie Malone and Madam Walker, having people tell them you can't do this because you're black, you can't do that because you're a woman. And a lot of the opposition that they faced was from black people, especially black men. But look at what they did in 1910. You don't have those obstacles in your way. We tend to do a good job at paying our bills and existing. That's not living. This year, take the dance class, take the vacation, take the break that you need to regroup and get back at it, but live. Don't exist. Now I'm going to leave you with this quote from Madam C.J. Walker. Then I'm going to plug a couple of my videos for you to watch because they are very, very good. And if you made it this far in the video, thank you. And let me know what you're going to do to live this year. You all know I like to read my comments and I like to reply to as many as I can. Madam C.J. Walker said, quote, "I had to make my own living and my own opportunity, but I made it. Don't sit down and wait for the opportunities to come. Get up and make them." End quote. If you just watched this video and felt something stirring inside of you about starting your own YouTube channel, or maybe you already have one, but you know that it could be doing better, I want to talk to you for a moment. Are you a content creator who feels like you're doing all the right things, but your channel still isn't growing the way you want it to? Are you making content, but not making money? Or maybe you're a business owner who knows you need to be on YouTube, but you have no idea where to start? If that's you, I'd love to help. I have a membership called Hot Mess University where I teach creators how to actually build sustainable income on YouTube. Not just views, not just subscribers, but real revenue. The link is in the description box. And if you're serious, like serious, and you want to work with me one-on-one, send me an email. My email address is also in the description box. I work with content creators, and I'm also very interested in working with businesses who are ready to use YouTube strategically. Now let me tell you what's possible when you actually implement what I teach. You heard me mention my friend and YouTube colleague Keisha Irvin earlier in this video. Her channel is Color Me Pink. When she first talked to me about her channel in 2022, she was making $2,500 a month on YouTube, and that's a really good side hustle income. We worked together at the end of January, and her very next check, February, was a little over $7,000. And here's the key. She implemented 90% of what I told her right away. She didn't sit on it, she did the work. And now, Keisha consistently earns between $9,000 to $12,000 on YouTube every single month. I actually interviewed her about her journey in my membership, and I uploaded that interview to my YouTube tips channel. I'll leave a link to that interview on the end screen so you can hear it straight from her and see her actual earnings. She opened up everything in that interview. So if you're still breathing, and I know you are because you're watching, it's not too late to do your thing. And if YouTube is your thing, consider checking out Hot Mess University or email me so that we can see if we're a good fit for one-on-one work. I look forward to working with you, and I'll see you on the next video. My sources for this story are the Topeka Plain Dealer Archives 1914 and 1918, On Her Own Ground, The Life and Times of Madam C.J. Walker by Alalia Bundles, the California Eagle Archives 1923, the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, the Hartford Courant Archives 1932, the St. Louis Star and Times Archives 1925 and 1927, the St. Louis Globe Democrat Archives 1927, the St. Paul Echo Archives 1927, and the Black Dispatch Archives 1937. South Pasadena Record Archives 1917. Poor Little Rich Girl, The Tragic Life of Barbara Hutton by Oceana Tepfenhart for Medium. The Buffalo Times Archives 1917. Daily News Archives 1930, 1931, 1935, 1945, 1966, 1967, and 1979. Morning Free Press Archives 1930. The Tampa Times Archives 1930. The Brattleboro Reformer Archives 1930. Star Tribune Archives 1930. Arizona Daily Archives 1930. the Buffalo News Archives, 1935, 1966, and 1976. The Journal Archives, 1936. The Kansas City Star Archives, 1938. The Spokesman Review Archives, 1951. Democrat and Chronicle Archives, 1958. Press and Sun Bulletin Archives, 1958. The Peninsula Times Tribune Archives, 1972. The Miami Herald Archives, 1976. Newsday Archives, 1979. And the Sun and the Erie County Independent Archives, 1979. Garrett Clipper Archives, 1933. Shadow of the Titanic by Andrew Wilson. The Minneapolis Star Archives, 1933. Express.co.uk. The Brooklyn Citizen Archives, 1933. Princeton Daily Clarion Archives, 1933. The Cameron Sun Archives, 1933. Brooklyn Daily Eagle Archives, 1933, 1934, 1937, and 1938. Democrat and Chronicle Archives, 1939. Lancaster New Era Archives, 1939. Daily News Archives, 1933, 1934, 1935, 1938, and 1939. The Buffalo News Archives, 1934 and 1935, and the Star Gazette Archives, 1935. The Richest Girl in the World, The Extravagant Life and Times of Doris Duke, by Stephanie Mansfield. The Last Playboy, The High Life of Porfirio Rubirosa by Sean Levi. Homicide at Rough Point by Peter Lance. New York Tribune Archives, 1915. The Evening World Archives, 1916. The New York Times Archives, 1916. The Salisbury Post Archives, 1925. Daily News Archives, 1927, 1930, 1933, 1940, 1943, 1944, 1947, 1948, and 1966. The Buffalo Times Archives, 1930. Times Herald Archives, 1937. Times Union Archives, 1935. Shamokin News, 1948. The Troy Record, 1943. The Buffalo News, 1943. New York Social Diary.com. Biography.com. NewportRestoration.org. Duke University Libraries Online. Life Magazine Archives, 1939. The Evening Sun Archives, 1952. The Los Angeles Times Archives, 1964. The Des Moines Register Archives, 1967. The Daily Courier Archives, 1971. Press Enterprise Archives, 2021. Sioux City Journal Archives, 2021. And Philadelphia Daily News Archives, 1964.